The aroma of garlic and basil wafted through the evening air as I stood outside Bella Rosa, our family's Italian restaurant in downtown Portland. For 32 years, this place had been our heart, our home, our legacy. The red brick exterior was weathered but proud, the gold-lettered sign still gleaming just as it had when my grandmother opened these doors in 1991. I pressed my hand against the cool glass of the entrance, remembering all the Sunday mornings I'd spent here as a child, watching Nonna roll pasta dough with fingers that seemed to dance across the marble counter. Now, 3 weeks after her funeral, I was about to walk in for what I thought would be another family dinner. I had no idea it would be my last, at least, that's what my brother Anthony intended. The dinner rush was just beginning. Through the window, I could see familiar faces, regulars who'd been coming here since before I could walk. Mrs. Peterson at her usual corner table, Judge Martinez with his family, even old Mr. Romano who'd been friends with Nonna since they were teenagers in Naples. The bell chimed softly as I pushed open the door. Maria, our longest-serving waitress, looked up and smiled. Sophia, it's been too quiet without you around. Thanks, Maria. Family meeting tonight. Her smile faltered slightly. She'd been here long enough to know our family meetings rarely ended well, especially since Nonna got sick. I made my way through the dining room toward the back office, nodding at familiar faces. The restaurant was humming with life, clinking glasses, laughing patrons, the sizzle of pans from the kitchen. This was how Nonna had always wanted it. Anthony was waiting in the office, along with our younger sister Isabella and our parents. The tension in the room hit me like a wall of heat from the pizza oven. You're late, Anthony snapped, not looking up from the papers spread across Nonna's old desk. Our desk now, supposedly, though he'd claimed the chair behind it the day after the funeral. Traffic, I said simply, taking the only empty seat. What's so urgent? Mom and Dad exchanged glances. Isabella studied her manicure intently. Anthony finally looked up, his dark eyes hard. We need to discuss the future of Bella Rosa. I felt my shoulders tense. What about it? Things need to change, he said, shuffling papers importantly. The restaurant industry is evolving. We can't keep running this place like it's still 1991. Nonna's recipes I started, but he cut me off. Are outdated. We need to modernize. Appeal to a younger crowd. I'm thinking fusion menu, cocktail bar, maybe some of those Instagram-worthy dishes that get people talking. The very thought made my stomach turn. You want to turn Bella Rosa into another trendy hotspot? That's not what this place is about. No, he said sharply, that's not what it was about. But Nonna's gone now, and we need to move forward. The way he said it, like her passing was an opportunity rather than a loss, made my blood boil. She's barely been gone 3 weeks. Anthony, her regular customers still come in crying. Exactly my point. We need to attract new customers, not cling to the past. I looked to our parents for support, but Dad just stared at his hands while Mom dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. I won't let you destroy everything she built, I said firmly. Anthony's laugh was cold. Let me, Sophia, you don't have any say in this. I'm the oldest. And And what? That automatically makes you right. Nonna trusted me in this kitchen for 15 years. I worked alongside her while you were off getting your MBA and planning your improvements. Which is exactly why we need to make changes. He stood up, towering over the desk. You're so stuck in her way of doing things that you can't see how much we're falling behind. Falling behind? We have a wait list every weekend. Our regulars book months in advance for special occasions. Small time thinking, he sneered. Always your problem. Sophia, no vision, no ambition. My ambition is to honor what Nonna created. Your ambition is to play kitchen just like when you were a kid. Well, guess what? You're not in charge here. I am, and if you can't get on board with the changes, then you can get out. The room went silent. Even the sounds from the kitchen seemed muffled, distant. What did you say? My voice was barely a whisper. You heard me. He straightened his tie, a gesture so smug it made my teeth clench. I'm making you an offer. Take 3 months' salary and walk away. Let us bring this place into the modern era. I turned to our parents. Are you seriously okay with this? Mom wouldn't meet my eyes. Dad cleared his throat. Anthony has some good points. Honey, times are changing. Times are changing, I repeated flatly. So we throw away 30 years of tradition. Everything Nonna built. Don't be dramatic. Isabella chimed in. It's just business. Just business. The words hit me like a physical blow. To them, that's all this was, another property to be renovated, rebranded, stripped of its soul. I stood up slowly. I need to check something in the kitchen. We're not done here, Anthony called after me. Oh, yes we are. I walked through the kitchen, barely registering the greetings from our staff, people I'd worked alongside for years, who'd watched me grow up, who'd cried with me at Nonna's funeral. In the back corner, behind the industrial mixer that was older than I was, stood a small safe. I'd never told anyone, but I'd seen Nonna open it countless times, watching her wrinkled fingers spin the dial with practiced precision. Left 25, right 12, left 7. The lock clicked softly. Inside, beneath some old photos and receipts, was an envelope, thick, cream-colored paper, my name written in Nonna's elegant script. I'd found it the day after her funeral, when I came in to bake her favorite cookies for the reception. I hadn't opened it yet, couldn't bring myself to read her final words, but now. My hands trembled as I broke the seal. My dearest Sophia. If you're reading this, it means I've finally gone to join your grandfather in heaven. I hope you found this letter the way I always knew you would, because you're the only one who ever paid attention to the little things, who understood that love is in the details. You were watching me all those times I opened the safe, weren't you? Just like you watched me roll pasta, knead bread, reduce sauces to perfection. You didn't just learn recipes, you learned the heart of cooking, the soul of what makes a restaurant more than just a business. That's why I made my choice. Enclosed you'll find the deed to Bella Rosa, along with all legal documentation transferring full ownership to you, effective upon my death. Yes, my darling girl, the restaurant is yours. I know Anthony will be angry. He's always thought being firstborn entitled him to everything. Your parents might not understand. They never really did grasp why I spent so much time teaching you instead of focusing on the business side with Anthony. But I've watched you grow up in this kitchen. I've seen how you treat our staff, our customers, our traditions. You understand that a family restaurant isn't about profit margins and market trends. It's about creating a place where memories are made, where families grow closer over shared meals, where love is served with every dish. The lawyers have all the paperwork. Everything is legal and binding. Anthony can't challenge it, though I'm sure he'll try. Take care of our home, Sophia. Keep our heart beating. All my love. Nonna. I read the letter 3 times, my vision blurring with tears. Then I carefully folded it, tucked it into my pocket, and walked back to the office. Anthony was still talking, gesturing at spreadsheets and mock-ups of his modern vision. He looked up when I entered, irritation clear on his face. Finally, as I was saying get out of Nonna's chair. The room went silent again, but different this time, heavy. Excuse me, Anthony's voice was dangerous. I said. I pulled out the deed and legal documents. Get out of Nonna's chair. Actually, my chair now. The color drained from his face as he read the papers I dropped on the desk. Mom gasped. Isabella's phone slipped from her fingers. This is impossible, Anthony sputtered. There must be some mistake. No mistake. My voice was calm, steady. Nonna knew exactly what she was doing. She left Bella Rosa to the person who would protect it, not destroy it. He jumped up, face now red with rage. I'll fight this. I'll contest the will. You can try. I settled into the chair, my chair. But everything's legal, properly filed, witnessed. You can waste your money on lawyers if you want, but it won't change anything. You can't do this to me. He slammed his hands on the desk. I'm the oldest. I have the business degree. I know how to make this place profitable. Bella Rosa isn't about profit, Anthony. It never was. That's what you never understood. Don't ever show your face here again, he screamed, yanking off his tie like it was choking him. You'll regret this. I'll make sure of it. I smiled, feeling Nonna's presence in every corner of the room. Funny, because the deed says I own this place. So if anyone's not showing their face here again, it's you. Mom, Dad. He turned to them desperately. Say something. But they just stared at the papers, at Nonna's clear signature, at the irrefutable proof that she'd chosen me, the one who'd loved this place for what it was, not what it could be turned into. You have until closing to clear out your things, I said calmly. And Anthony, that tie you're wearing, Nonna bought it for you last Christmas. At least show enough respect to not strangle it. He stormed out, nearly knocking over a waitress in his rage. Isabella scurried after him, phone already at her ear. Mom and Dad lingered, looking lost. Sophia, Mom started, maybe we can talk about this. No, Mom, we're done talking. If you want to support Anthony's vision, you can help him find another restaurant to modernize. But Bella Rosa stays exactly what it is, a place where family means more than fashion. They left quietly, leaving me alone in the office. I ran my hands over the smooth wood of the desk, feeling the small nick in the corner where I'd bumped my toy car when I was 6. Nonna had laughed, said it gave the desk character. The dinner rush was in full swing outside. I could hear the familiar symphony of the kitchen, pots clanging, orders being called, the whoosh of the pizza oven door. I picked up the phone and buzzed the kitchen. Marco, it's Sophia. Make sure tonight's specials are made exactly the way Nonna taught us. No changes, no shortcuts, just pure Bella Rosa. Si, chef, he replied, and I could hear the smile in his voice. I sat back, looking at the wall of photos Nonna had collected over 3 decades. Happy families, celebrations, first dates that led to proposals that led to anniversary dinners, all here, all part of our story. Grazie, Nonna, I whispered, I won't let you down. The next few weeks were a storm of legal threats and family drama. Anthony hired lawyers who quickly confirmed what I already knew. Nonna's decision was ironclad. Isabella spread rumors on social media about me stealing the family legacy. Mom called daily, crying about tearing the family apart. But through it all, Bella Rosa thrived. Our regular customers, upon hearing about the attempted changes, rallied around me. Judge Martinez made a point of telling everyone in his considerable social circle about the granddaughter keeping tradition alive. Mrs. Peterson brought her entire garden club for dinner, each member ordering Nonna's classic lasagna. Even Mr. Romano stepped up, sharing stories about young Nonna's determination to create not just a restaurant, but a community. She knew, he told a local food blogger, that good food brings people together. Sophia understands that too. The article that followed, Tradition Wins, How One Woman Protected a Portland Institution, brought in even more customers. People who wanted to experience the authenticity that was becoming rare in a city full of fusion restaurants and deconstructed classics. 1 month after the confrontation, I sat in the kitchen after closing, rolling pasta dough the way Nonna had taught me. The rhythm was soothing, fold, press, turn, repeat. The marble counter held decades of similar moments, countless hands creating countless meals. Maria came in, carrying a coffee pot. Long day, boss. I smiled at the title I was still getting used to. Good day, though. Your brother was outside again, she said, pouring me a cup. Just watching, not causing trouble, but let him watch, I said, dusting the pasta with flour. Maybe he'll finally see what he was so eager to throw away. She nodded, then hesitated. There's something else. Your mother called earlier, asked about Sunday dinner. I paused in my rolling. Sunday dinner had been a family tradition since before I was born. Every week, after the restaurant closed, we'd gather in the private dining room. Nonna would cook something special, not on the regular menu. We'd talk, laugh, share our lives. What did you tell her? That she'd have to ask you. Maria squeezed my shoulder. Family is complicated, Sophia, but food can heal things words can't. I thought about it all week, about Nonna's lessons, not just in cooking, but in forgiveness, about how she'd handled her own family conflicts, firm in her convictions but always leaving room for reconciliation. Sunday evening, I stayed late in the kitchen, preparing a feast. Nonna's special recipes, the ones she'd only made for family. The ones Anthony had probably forgotten about in his rush to modernize. At 8 o'clock, right after closing, they arrived. Mom, Dad, even Isabella. Anthony came last, standing awkwardly in the doorway of the private dining room. I wiped my hands on my apron. Sit. They did, silent as I brought out dish after dish. Arancini with the saffron Nonna only used for special occasions. Osso buco that had been simmering all day. The braised artichokes that were Dad's favorite. Mom's beloved eggplant parmigiana. Even the spicy calabrese that always made Isabella sneeze but she loved anyway. Finally, I set down Anthony's dish, the fresh pasta I'd been rolling earlier, served with the tiny meatballs he'd adored as a child. Nonna used to make them just for him, calling them polpettini for my piccolo bambino. His eyes widened in recognition. You remembered? Of course I did. I took off my apron, sat at the head of the table, Nonna's spot. I remember everything about this place. Every recipe, every tradition, every reason why it matters. The silence was different now, softer. I'm not trying to hurt anyone, I continued. I'm trying to preserve something precious, something that's bigger than business plans or profit margins. Mom dabbed at her eyes. Dad stared at his artichokes like they held the secrets of the universe. Isabella poked at her calabrese, sniffling, though whether from emotion or spice, I couldn't tell. Anthony took a bite of his pasta, closed his eyes, just like she used to make. He whispered, "Everything here tonight, these are Nonna's special recipes, the ones she only made for family." I looked around the table, because whatever else has happened, that's what we are, family. Anthony set down his fork. I've been an idiot. Yes, I agreed. You have. A startled laugh escaped him, the first real laugh I'd heard from him since before Nonna got sick. I was so focused on changing things, I forgot why this place matters. He gestured at his plate. These meatballs. I remember sitting on the counter, watching her roll them. She'd let me help sometimes, even though mine were always lopsided. Mine too, Isabella chimed in. Remember how she'd call them authentic instead of messy? She never cared about perfect. I said, she cared about love. Mom reached for my hand. She chose well. Tesoro, we see that now. I can't promise I won't have ideas, Anthony said carefully, but maybe instead of changing everything, we could look at small updates, things that would help the business while keeping the heart. I studied him for a moment. The recipes stay exactly as they are. Of course. And no Instagram bait or fusion menu. He smiled sheepishly. Promise. But, I conceded, we could discuss updating the reservation system, and maybe the website needs work. I know someone who does great food photography, Isabella offered. Not for changing anything, just for showing people how beautiful the traditional dishes are. Dad cleared his throat. The wine cellar could use better organization. I could help with that. One by one, they started sharing ideas, not for changing Bella Rosa, but for supporting it, for protecting what made it special while helping it thrive. As I listened, I felt Nonna's presence stronger than ever. She'd known, somehow, that this would happen, that giving me the restaurant wouldn't just preserve her legacy, it would bring her family back together. Later that night, after everyone had gone home, I sat in my office, her office, our office. The deed was framed on the wall now, alongside her first dollar and her favorite photo of the restaurant on opening day. I pulled out her letter, read it one more time, then I took out a pen and began to write. Dear Nonna, you were right about everything, about the restaurant, about the family, about love being in the details. Tonight we had Sunday dinner again. Anthony actually cried over the polpettini, though he'd probably deny it if anyone asked. Isabella's already planning how to showcase your recipes without changing them. Mom and Dad are remembering what it means to be part of something bigger than themselves. And me, I'm learning that protecting tradition doesn't mean freezing it in time. It means keeping the heart while letting the body grow stronger. Thank you for trusting me with our heart. Love always. Sophia. I sealed the letter and placed it in the safe, next to her original recipes and the family photos she'd treasured. Then I walked through the quiet restaurant, checking that everything was ready for tomorrow. The tables were set, the glasses gleaming, the kitchen spotless. Through the window, I could see the street lights reflecting off the gold letters of our sign. Bella Rosa, beautiful rose. Still blooming after all these years. Just the way Nonna always wanted it. What do you think about Sophia's story? Was she right to maintain tradition? Or should she have been more open to change? Share your thoughts in the comments below. And don't forget to follow for more stories about family, legacy, and finding your way.
The third overdraft notice from Maeve's bank arrived in my mailbox this morning. I stood there in my bathrobe, holding the envelope, and wondered, not for the first time, what it would feel like to just disappear. My name is Claire, and I'm the responsible sister. The one who gets the calls at 2 a.m. when Maeve's card is declined. The one who knows exactly how much money our parents have in their retirement account, because I'm the one who set it up. The human safety net for a family that treats stability like it's my superpower instead of my prison. Claire? Claire, are you there? Maeve's voice crackled through my phone speaker. I really need your help. The bank, they're being totally unreasonable. Stop! I pressed my fingers against my temples. Just how much this time? Only $800. I swear I'll pay you back by next month. Like the $600 from January or the $1,000 from Christmas. The words came out sharper than I intended. Silence on the line. Then, in a smaller voice, "You're mad at me." "I'm not mad." I was exhausted. "I'll transfer it." "But Maeve, this has to stop. You're the best. I love you so much. Hey, did Mum tell you I might be getting that job at the salon?" I ended the call and opened my banking app. $800. That's 2 weeks of groceries, or 1/3 of what I needed to reach my down payment goal. The number I'd been inching toward for 3 years, watching it grow in my savings account like a fragile plant. Later that night, I sat in my tiny apartment, laptop balanced on my knees. Reddit glowed on the screen as I typed. Sometimes I daydream about running away from my family. The words poured out. Years of being the responsible one, of watching my sister burn through money and relationships while our parents cleaned up her messes with my savings account. My phone buzzed. "Mum, honey, we need to talk about Maeve," she said, her voice doing that thing where she tries to sound casual, but I can hear the tension underneath. "What's she done now?" It's complicated. Your father and I think it would be better to discuss this in person. Can you come over tomorrow night?" My stomach dropped. "How bad?" $42,000 in credit card debt. Mum's voice cracked. "But we have a plan. We've been thinking about it, and since you're so good with money..." The rest of her words faded into static. $42,000. Almost exactly what I'd saved for my down payment. "Claire, are you listening?" "Yeah, Mum, I'm here." My voice sounded far away, even to myself. "Good, because we really need you to be there for your sister right now. You know how she struggles. And you've always been so responsible, so good at saving." I stared at my laptop screen, at the blinking cursor under my Reddit post. Someone had already commented, "You don't owe your family your entire life." "Claire," Mum pressed, "you'll help, won't you? It's better this way. She needs it more than you do right now. You're good at saving. You can always start over." The words hit me like a physical blow. Start over. 3 years of overtime shifts, of saying no to vacations, of living in this cramped apartment with the leaky faucet, all of it erased because Maeve needed another bailout. "Of course," I heard myself say. "I'll look at the numbers tomorrow." After hanging up, I opened my banking app again. Stared at my savings balance. $43,875.20. Everything I'd worked for, everything I'd sacrificed for, and they expected me to hand it over like it meant nothing. My hands were shaking as I picked up my phone and opened my sister's Instagram. There she was, posted 2 days ago, showing off a new designer bag. Last week, pictures from a weekend trip to Miami. All while racking up debt she expected me to pay off. I clicked back to Reddit, where more comments had appeared under my post. One caught my eye. Sometimes, the kindest thing you can do for yourself is let people face the consequences of their own actions. For the first time in years, I felt something shift inside me. A crack in the foundation of responsibility I'd built my life on. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I thought about consequences, about karma, about what would happen if, just once, I chose myself first. I opened a new tab and searched how to open a separate checking account. Sometimes the biggest changes start with the smallest actions, and sometimes revenge looks exactly like freedom. I sat at my parents' kitchen table, the same one where I'd done my homework 20 years ago, watching Mum stir her coffee with mechanical precision. 3 turns clockwise, always 3. Some things never change. "We've worked it all out," she said, sliding a folder across the table. "Your father's prepared all the transfer forms. It's just a matter of moving the money." I opened the folder, scanning documents I'd seen 1,000 times in my accounting job. My hands were steady, even as my stomach churned. "Tell me again how this happened." "Oh, honey, you know how these things snowball." Mum waved her hand dismissively. "A few emergency expenses, some necessary purchases, like the Gucci bag she posted on Instagram last week." The words slipped out before I could stop them. Dad cleared his throat from his position by the sink. "Claire, don't be petty. Your sister is going through a difficult time." "When isn't she?" I muttered, but they ignored me. "It's all family money anyway," Mum said, reaching across to pat my hand. "That's what savings are for. Helping family. Remember when you were 16 and crashed the car? We helped you then." The memory hit me like a slap. I paid back every cent with interest, and that was $2,000, not $42,000. "The amount doesn't matter," Mum insisted. "What matters is we're family. We help each other." I flipped through the transfer forms, remembering the night I'd paid off their second mortgage after Maeve's first major credit card disaster. I'd been 24, emptying my 401k while they all slept, believing I was protecting them. Now I wondered who had been protecting me. "Where is Maeve, anyway?" I asked, knowing the answer. "She's very upset," Mum said quickly. "This is all so overwhelming for her. She's staying with a friend." Translation: "She couldn't face me while taking my money." My phone buzzed. An email from Dad with the bank routing information. "Just send it through tomorrow at work," he said. "The sooner we handle this, the better." I stood up, tucking the folder into my bag. "I'll take care of it." Mum hugged me, her perfume overwhelming. "You're such a good daughter, Claire. We're so lucky to have you." I didn't hug back. "Yeah, lucky." The drive home felt longer than usual. I pulled into my apartment complex, but instead of going upstairs, I knocked on my landlord's door. Prudence answered, still in her gardening clothes. "Claire, everything okay?" "I need to ask you something." I swallowed hard. "What's the earliest I could give 30 days' notice?" Her eyes narrowed. "Planning to leave us?" "Maybe. I'm not sure yet. I just need to know my options." Prudence studied me for a long moment. "First of the month," she said finally. "But Claire, whatever you're planning, be sure, really sure." Back in my apartment, I opened my laptop and started making lists. Account numbers, passwords, joint investments, utility accounts, every financial thread that connected me to my family. My phone buzzed again. A text from Maeve. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're literally saving my life. Love you, sis." I stared at the heart emoji, remembering another night 5 years ago. I'd been in the emergency room with a kidney infection, delirious with fever. I'd called Maeve 3 times, begging her to come. She was too busy. I saw her party photos on Facebook the next day. Opening my banking app, I began the process of opening a new account. Different bank, different branch. No connection to any existing accounts. Then I started documenting everything. Screenshots of transfer histories, spreadsheets of loans paid, receipts for bills covered. A new email arrived from Dad. Don't forget, transfer first thing tomorrow. Your mother's worried sick about this whole situation. I typed back, don't worry. Everything will be taken care of by 9 a.m. It wasn't exactly a lie. By 9 a.m. tomorrow, everything would indeed be taken care of, just not in the way they expected. I looked around my small apartment, at the life I'd built while supporting everyone else's. The down payment I'd saved wasn't just money, it was freedom. My freedom. And maybe it was time to use it for exactly that. Opening my phone, I pulled up Prudence's contact. My fingers hovered over the keyboard before typing. I'd like to give my 30 days notice, starting 1st of next month. Her reply came quickly. Thought you might. Forms are ready whenever you are. I smiled, feeling lighter than I had in years. Tomorrow would change everything. And for once, I was ready for change. The office was quiet at 7 a.m. as I methodically worked through my checklist. Cancel joint credit card with Maeve. Done. Remove myself as guarantor from parents' accounts. Done. Update mail forwarding. Done. Each click of my mouse felt like breaking a chain. You're here early. I jumped. Gideon from the cubicle next to mine stood in the doorway, holding 2 coffee cups. Couldn't sleep, I said, minimizing my screens. What's your excuse? He set one of the coffees on my desk. Quarter-end reports, but you've been here early all week. Everything okay? Just busy. I took a sip of the coffee. Perfect amount of cream. He'd noticed how I took it. Right. He didn't sound convinced. You know, if you need to talk... I don't. The words came out sharper than intended. But thanks for the coffee. He nodded and retreated to his desk. I felt a twinge of guilt. Gideon had always been kind to me, but I couldn't risk anyone knowing what I was about to do. Opening my bottom drawer, I pulled out a flash drive. My insurance policy. Years of receipts, transfer records, loan documents. Every dollar I'd given them, every bill I'd paid, every financial rescue I'd mounted. I'd spent weeks scanning and organising it all. So when my phone buzzed, Mum, just checking, you're handling the transfer this morning, right? Everything's in motion, I texted back. Not a lie. I pulled up the joint investment account I shared with my parents, the one they'd insisted I manage because I was so good with money. With a few clicks, I transferred my portion to my new, separate account. Next came the utility accounts, all in my name, all paid from my account for years. Time to update the billing information. You missed a spot. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Gideon again, pointing at my screen. What? The beneficiary designation on your 401k. If you're cutting financial ties, you'll want to change that too. My blood ran cold. How did you... I've been watching you all week, he said quietly. The new accounts, the transfers, the documentation. I'm not judging. Sometimes family is toxic. I'm not... I started to deny it, then stopped. How much have you seen? Enough to know you're being thorough. But you missed the 401k beneficiaries. And your health insurance. Maeve's still listed as your emergency contact. I stared at him. Why are you helping me? He shrugged. Because I've been where you are. And because you look like you haven't slept in days. My eyes burned. He wasn't wrong. Thank you, I whispered. He nodded once and returned to his desk. I updated my beneficiaries and emergency contacts. then moved on to the final phase. My hand shook as I composed the email to my parents' creditors, removing myself as contact person and financial guarantor. No more midnight calls about missed payments. No more using my good credit as their safety net. Another text from Mum. "Maeve's so excited to have this settled. We're thinking of celebrating tonight." I pictured them planning a dinner with my money they didn't yet realise they wouldn't be getting. My stomach churned. Opening my email, I crafted one final message. "Transfer will process by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everything's taken care of." Mum's reply was instant. "You're an angel. We knew we could count on you." Maeve sent a string of heart emojis. I leaned back in my chair, watching the clock tick toward 9 a.m. In my new apartment across town, my boxes were already packed. The lease was signed. My new phone number was activated. All my important documents were in a safety deposit box only I could access. "Hey," Gideon's voice was soft. "You okay?" I realised I was crying. "No, but I will be. Want to get lunch later? After everything?" I looked at him, looked at him for the first time. He had kind eyes. "Yeah," I said. "I'd like that." My phone buzzed one last time. "Dad, your mother's worried the transfer hasn't shown up yet." I turned off my phone and slipped it into my drawer. By now, they'd be checking their accounts, waiting for the money. The panic would start soon. The calls would flood in. The realization would hit them. I wasn't fixing this mess. Not this time. For the first time in years, I felt something like peace. "It's done," I whispered to myself. "It's finally done." The office began to fill with other employees. Normal morning chatter, coffee runs, regular life continuing while my world shifted on its axis. I opened my web browser and pulled up apartment listings. Time to start thinking about furniture for my new place. Time to start thinking about myself. The first voicemail came at 9:07 a.m. "Claire, the money hasn't shown up yet. Call me back immediately." Mum's voice was tight, controlled. 9:12 "Claire, this isn't funny. We need that transfer now." 9:15 a.m. "Your sister is having a panic attack. How could you do this to her?" I sat at my desk, sipping tea, listening to the messages pile up through my blocked numbers. Each one more desperate than the last. The office hummed with normal activity, while my phone silently exploded. Gideon appeared with another coffee. "How's it going?" "They're melting down." I showed him my email. 37 new messages in the last hour. Mum's threatening to call the police. For what? Not giving them your money? For stealing from them? She thinks I hacked their accounts. I couldn't help but laugh. I just removed myself from them. My computer pinged. A new email from Maeve. "OMG, did someone hack you? My card just got declined and the bank says the account is closed. Call me!" "She thinks she's been scammed," I told Gideon. "Hasn't figured out yet that I'm the scammer." "How long are you going to let them spiral?" "Until they stop expecting me to fix everything." The elevator dinged. Through the glass walls of our office, I saw Maeve storm in, her designer bag swinging wildly. My stomach dropped. "Where is she?" she screamed at the receptionist. "Where's my sister?" Security was already moving. I stayed at my desk watching. "Mum, you need to calm down," the guard said. "Don't tell me to calm down. She stole from me. Claire, I know you're in here." I stood up slowly, walked to the office entrance. Everyone was staring. "You need to leave," I said quietly. "Leave? Leave? You destroyed everything. The accounts are empty. Mum's crying. What did you do?" "I didn't take anything that wasn't mine." My voice was steady. "The accounts aren't empty. They just don't have access to my money anymore." "Your money?" She laughed hysterically. "It's family money. That's what Mum always said." Not anymore. The security guard stepped between us. Ma'am, if you don't leave voluntarily, we'll call the police. Go ahead, Maeve shrieked. Call them. She's the criminal. The only crime, I said, is how long I let you all use me. Something in my voice made her stop. Really look at me. You did this on purpose? Yes. But why? We're family. Family doesn't drain you dry. Family doesn't expect you to sacrifice everything. Family doesn't treat you like an ATM. Tears streamed down her face. I needed that money. No, you needed consequences. The security guard took her arm. Time to go. You'll regret this, she screamed as they led her out. Mum and Dad will never forgive you. I know, I said softly. That's the point. The office was dead silent. I turned to face my co-workers, their shocked expressions. Show's over, I announced. Back to work. I returned to my desk, hands shaking slightly. Gideon appeared with a water bottle. That was intense, he said. That was just the beginning. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. Dad, using Mum's phone. Your mother is having chest pains. If anything happens to her, it's on you. I blocked that number too. Another email from Maeve. I hope you're happy. You've destroyed this family. I never want to see you again. I typed back 3 words. As you wish. Then I opened my bottom drawer, pulled out the flash drive and plugged it in. Time to organise the evidence, just in case they tried anything legal. The spreadsheet of financial transactions told the story. 157,842.43 over 10 years. That's what family had cost me. Claire? My supervisor stood at my desk. Can we talk? I followed her to her office, already knowing what was coming. We can't have scenes like that in the workplace, she began. It won't happen again, I assured her. I've blocked all contact. She studied me. Are you okay? No. I surprised myself with the honesty. But I will be. Back at my desk, I found a sticky note from Gideon. Lunch? You look like you could use a friend. I smiled slightly, stuck the note in my planner. Maybe I could. My email pinged one final time. Mum, you don't belong in this family anymore. For the first time, those words didn't hurt. They felt like freedom. I typed back, You're right, I don't. Then I turned back to my work, letting the silence of my phone wash over me like peace. The pounding on my apartment door started at 6 a.m. I sat on my couch, coffee in hand, listening to Mum's voice through the wood. Claire, Elizabeth, I know you're in there. Open this door right now. I took another sip of coffee. The walls in this building were thin. My neighbours would hear everything. Good thing I'd already given notice. Your father is sick with worry. Is that what you wanted? To make us all sick? My phone buzzed. A text from my neighbour across the hall. Want me to call the cops? Not yet, I typed back. But thanks. I raised you better than this. Mum's voice cracked. After everything we've done for you, I nearly choked on my coffee. Everything they'd done for me? The memories flooded back. Working 2 jobs through college while Maeve got a free ride, emptying my savings to cover their second mortgage, cancelling my vacation to bail Maeve out of jail after her DUI. The pounding stopped, then softer. Please, honey, just talk to us. I stayed silent. Fine. Her voice turned cold. Have it your way. Footsteps retreated down the hallway. I waited 10 minutes before opening my door to retrieve the mail. At work, Gideon was already at my desk. You look terrible. Thanks. Mum showed up at my apartment this morning. Did you talk to her? No, but the whole building heard her talk to me. I slumped into my chair. HR wants to see me at 10. Because of Maeve's scene yesterday? I nodded. Apparently, she's been calling the office multiple times. Want me to come with you? To HR? Why would you? Because you look like you're about to break, and someone should have your back. The sincerity in his voice made my throat tight. I'm fine. No, you're not, and that's okay. Before I could respond, my email pinged. A message from an unfamiliar address made my blood run cold. Hey, Claire Bear. Long time no see. Heard you're having family troubles. Maybe we should talk about some of Maeve's creative accounting. Hank, Maeve's ex, the one who'd introduced her to credit card fraud. What's wrong? Gideon asked. You've gone pale. I showed him the email. Maeve's ex, he's not a good person. Sounds like a threat. It is. I rubbed my temples. Maeve must have told him about the money. Ms. Roberts, HR's assistant, appeared. They're ready for you. The meeting was exactly as uncomfortable as I'd expected. Yes, my sister had been causing disruptions. No, I couldn't control her actions. Yes, I understood this was a professional environment. We're concerned, the HR director said, about the impact on workplace harmony. I understand, I replied. I've blocked all contact. It won't happen again. See that it doesn't. Back at my desk, 3 more emails from Hank waited, each more suggestive than the last. I know things about your sister's finances that could cause real problems. Wonder what the police would think about certain transactions. Let's meet, talk about family loyalty. You should report him, Gideon said, reading over my shoulder. And say what? That my sister's sketchy ex is threatening me because I won't give her money? Yes, exactly that. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. Coffee shop on 5th. 3 p.m. Come alone. H. Don't go, Gideon said immediately. I have to. If he knows something about Maeve's accounts that could blow back on me, then let me come with you. He said alone. Since when do you follow orders from criminals? I almost smiled. Almost. At 2:55 p.m. I walked into the coffee shop. Hank sat in the corner, looking exactly as sleazy as I remembered. Gideon positioned himself at a table near the door, pretending to work on his laptop. Claire Bear, Hank smiled. Sit down. Let's chat about family. Let's chat about blackmail instead. His smile didn't waver. Strong word, I prefer negotiation. Nothing to negotiate. Whatever Maeve did with her accounts, it's not my problem anymore. No. He leaned forward. What if I told you she used your social security number for some of those accounts? My stomach dropped. You're lying. Want to bet your credit score on that? He slid a paper across the table. Let's talk numbers. I looked at the figure he'd written, looked at his smirking face, and made a decision. No, I said, standing up. Let's talk consequences instead. His smile finally faltered. What? Check your email in an hour, and Hank, never contact me again. I walked out, Gideon falling into step beside me. What now? He asked. Now, I said, pulling out my phone to keep. I call my lawyer. The diner's fluorescent lights made everyone look sickly. Maeve sat across from me, Hank hovering behind her like a shadow. My lawyer's business card burned in my pocket, a silent reminder that I held the power now. You're really going to do this? Maeve asked, her mascara already smudging. You're going to let them arrest me? I'm not letting them do anything, I said, stirring my coffee. Your choices, your consequences. But I'm your sister, and I'm done being your human shield. I pulled out a folder. Want to explain these credit card applications? The ones with my social security number? Hank shifted uncomfortably. Maeve's face went white. That's not what it looks like. Identity theft is exactly what it looks like. I laid out the documents my lawyer had pulled. 5 cards, $42,000, my social security number. I was desperate. Tears started falling. You wouldn't help me. I helped you for 10 years. I worked overtime, cancelled vacations, lived in a cramped apartment so you could have whatever you wanted. You're just jealous, she spat. You've always been jealous that Mum and Dad love me more. The words should have hurt. Instead, I laughed. Love you more? They enabled you more. There's a difference. Hank finally spoke up. Look, we can work something out. Maybe a payment plan. There's already a plan, I cut him off. The police are very interested in both of you, especially your history of targeting vulnerable women for financial scams, Hank. His face darkened. You don't want to threaten me. No. I pulled out my phone, showed them the screen. I've been recording this entire conversation, and I have copies of everything, the fraudulent applications, the transfer histories, even those texts where you tried to blackmail me. Maeve grabbed Hank's arm. You said she wouldn't have proof. Shut up, he hissed. Here's what's going to happen, I said, closing the folder. You're both going to leave. Never contact me again. Never come to my workplace. Never touch my finances. Or what? Hank challenged. Or I press charges. Identity theft, fraud, blackmail. Take your pick. My lawyer has the paperwork ready. You'd send your own sister to jail? Maeve whispered. You were willing to destroy my credit score. Seems fair. She started sobbing. The waitress glanced over, concerned. Everything's fine, I called out. Then, lower. Isn't it, Maeve? I hate you, she choked out. No, you hate that I stopped playing by your rules. I stood up, dropping cash for my coffee. Goodbye, Maeve. Good luck with the police investigation. Hank grabbed my arm. You think you're so clever. Remove your hand, I said quietly, or I'll scream. There are witnesses, cameras, and a police station 2 blocks away. Your choice. He let go like I'd burned him. One more thing, I added, reaching the door. I'm not the only one you've tried to scam. Remember Sarah from the bank? Jessica from the loan office? They're very interested in testifying. The colour drained from his face. You ruined everything, Maeve sobbed. No, I looked at her one last time. I just stopped letting you ruin me. Outside, the evening air felt clean, fresh. My phone buzzed. A text from Gideon. All okay? Better than okay, I replied. Another message popped up, this one from Mum. Maeve just called us hysterical. What have you done? I typed back. Ask her about the credit card fraud. Ask her about Hank's scams. Or, better yet, ask yourselves why you never did. Then I blocked their number too. Walking home, I passed a real estate office. In the window, a photo of a small townhouse caught my eye. Nothing fancy, just a modest home with a small garden. But it would be mine. No family drama, no financial abuse, no midnight crisis calls. My phone rang, my lawyer. They took the bait, she said. Hank's lawyer reached out. They want to deal. And Maeve? The evidence is clear. She can cooperate or face charges. I watched my reflection in the real estate window. The woman staring back looked tired, but strong. Give them 24 hours to decide, I said. Then we move forward. You're sure about this? They're your family. No, I said, turning away from the window. They're people who used to control me. There's a difference. I hung up and started walking again, faster now. Each step felt lighter, each breath clearer. Behind me, the sun was setting on my old life. Ahead, the street stretched out like possibilities. For the first time in forever, I was free to choose which way to go. The legal notice arrived on a Tuesday morning. I stared at the certified letter, my hands shaking as I read the words. Notice of civil action. My parents had listed me as a co-debtor on a new loan, one I'd never signed for. They'd forged my signature using our shared history of joint accounts as proof of my involvement. "They can't do this," Gideon said, reading over my shoulder in the break room. "It's fraud. They think they can bully me back into line." My voice cracked. "They're trying to force me to help with Maeve's debt." "Call your lawyer now." I did. She answered on the first ring. "They're desperate," she said after I explained. "This is good news." "Good news? They're trying to steal my identity." "No, they're providing evidence of a pattern of financial abuse. This helps our case." My desk phone lit up. The receptionist's voice was apologetic. "Your father's here." "Don't," Gideon said, but I was already standing. Dad looked older, standing in the lobby, defeated. "Claire, please. Your mother's not sleeping. Maeve's talking about moving across the country. We just want our family back." "The family where I pay for everything and get nothing in return? That's not fair." "No, what's not fair is forging my signature on loan documents." I held up the notice. "Did you really think I wouldn't fight back?" "We're scared," he admitted. "The bank's threatening foreclosure. Maeve's cards are all frozen. Your mother's blood pressure—" "Stop." My voice was steel. "I'm not responsible for fixing your lives anymore." "But we're your parents." "Parents protect their children. They don't exploit them." His face hardened. "Your mother was right. You've changed." "Yes, I have." Back at my desk, I emailed my lawyer the security footage of Dad's visit. More evidence. My phone buzzed. A TikTok notification. Maeve had posted a video. My stomach dropped as I watched. "My sister abandoned our family," her tearful face declared. "Left us drowning in debt. Don't trust someone just because they're blood. Shuck toxic family, just betrayal." The comments were flooding in. "Stay strong. Family should help family." "What a horrible sister." Gideon appeared with coffee. "Social media doesn't matter. The law does." "They're making me the villain." "No, they're showing everyone exactly why you left." My lawyer called again. "We've got them. The loan application, the forged signature, Maeve's social media posts admitting to debt. It's all evidence. Want to press charges?" I thought about Mum's sleepless nights, Dad's defeated posture, Maeve's tears. "Yes," I whispered. "Send the cease and desist. File the police report. It'll get ugly. It already is." That night, alone in my apartment, the email started. "Mum, the police came. Is this what you wanted? To destroy us?" "Dad, your mother's in the hospital. Stress attack. Are you happy now?" "Maeve, they're saying I could go to jail. I hope you rot." I forwarded each one to my lawyer without reading further. Then I opened Reddit, found my original post from weeks ago. Sometimes I daydream about running away from my family. The comments had multiplied. "Update us. Stay strong. You're inspiring others to break free." I started typing. "Update. I didn't run away. I stood my ground." Gideon texted, "You okay?" "No," I replied honestly. "But I will be." "Want company? I make decent pasta." I stared at the message. In the midst of all this darkness, someone was offering light. "Yes," I typed back. "I'd like that." My phone lit up one final time. A message from Mum. "No matter how far you run, blood is blood. That doesn't change. You'll regret this eventually. When you're alone and need family, remember who you abandoned." I thought about Gideon bringing me coffee, about my lawyer's fierce protection, about Prudence checking on me daily, about the Reddit strangers cheering me on. "You're right," I wrote back. "Blood is blood. But family? Family is who lifts you up, not who drags you down. I'm not alone. I'm free." Then I blocked her number, the last one. and started making dinner. Tonight, I'd have pasta with a friend. Tomorrow, I'd face whatever came next. The police report was filed. The cease and desist was sent. The evidence was documented. For the first time in my life, I wasn't fixing their mess. I was fixing mine. The keys to my new townhouse felt heavy in my hand. Prudence stood beside me on the front step, holding a potted plant, a housewarming gift. "Ready?" she asked. I turned the key. The door swung open to empty rooms full of possibility. My possibilities. "It's smaller than your parents' place," Prudence noted, "but it's mine." I set down the box I was carrying. Every inch of it. My phone buzzed. A news alert. I'd set up notifications for certain names. There it was. Local businessman arrested for financial fraud. Hank's mugshot stared back at me. "Good," Prudence said, reading over my shoulder. "One down." Maeve took a plea deal, I told her. Community service, financial counselling, and she has to pay everything back. "And your parents?" "The cease and desist worked. They're leaving me alone." Moving boxes lined the hallway, each one labelled in Gideon's neat handwriting. He'd insisted on helping organise the move, turning chaos into order, just like he'd helped turn my life from chaos to order. "Where do you want this?" he called from the doorway, carrying my small kitchen table. "By the window," I said, "where the light is." My phone buzzed again. A text from my lawyer. "Final paperwork filed. You're officially clear of all their accounts. Congratulations." Prudence squeezed my arm. "How does it feel?" "Scary," I admitted. "Good, scary." We unpacked in comfortable silence, each item finding its place, each room slowly becoming home. No more leaky faucets, no more thin walls, no more waiting for the next crisis. "Look what I found," Gideon said, holding up an old photo album. "You can throw that away." "You sure? It's your history." I took the album, flipped through photos of forced family smiles and fake harmony. My history is what I make from now on. The doorbell rang. My heart stopped. "Pizza," Gideon said quickly. I ordered pizza. We sat on moving boxes eating pizza from paper plates. Prudence told stories about terrible tenants. Gideon shared office gossip. Normal conversation, normal life. My laptop dinged. A new email. From Mum. "Don't open it," Prudence warned. "I need to." The subject line read, "Receipt." "Dear Claire, your father and I received the final notice from the lawyer today. You've made your point. You've won. I hope you're satisfied with destroying this family. But since you're so focused on debts and payments, here's a receipt for every dinner I cooked, every ride to school, every birthday present. That's what family meant to us. Keeping score. Isn't that what you wanted? When you're ready to apologise, you know where to find us." "Mum," I started laughing, couldn't stop. "Claire?" Gideon looked worried. I opened my spreadsheet, the one documenting every dollar I'd given them, added up the total one last time. 157,892,543. "Want to see my reply?" I asked. They nodded. I typed, "Dear Mum, here's my receipt. Second mortgage payment, $47,000, Maeve's bail and legal fees, $15,000, credit card bailouts, $42,000, utility bills, $23,892, emergency loans, $30,000 total, $157,882, but you forgot some things in your receipt. Cost of my self-respect, priceless, price of my freedom, everything I had, value of finally standing up, worth every penny. I'm not keeping score anymore. I'm just keeping my peace. Goodbye. Claire. Send." "Brutal," Prudence whispered. "Honest," Gideon corrected. I closed my laptop and looked around my new home. My furniture might be second-hand, my decorations sparse, but every inch belonged to me. "I need plates," I said suddenly, "and curtains, and—" "Tomorrow," Gideon said. Tonight, we celebrate. He pulled out a bottle of champagne. Prudence found paper cups in a box. 2 new beginnings, she toasted. To freedom, Gideon added. To peace, I whispered. The sunset painted my empty walls gold. Through the window, I could see my small garden where I'd plant flowers in spring. My flowers, my garden, my life. My phone stayed silent. No crisis calls, no guilt trips, no demands. Just peace. More pizza? Gideon offered. I smiled, a real smile, not the practiced one from family photos. Yes, and tomorrow, maybe dinner? Just us? His answering smile was warm. Just us. Prudence gathered her purse, heading home. At the door, she hugged me tight. You did it, kid. You really did it. I watched her leave, then turned back to my new life. Empty rooms waiting to be filled. Quiet spaces waiting for new memories. Clean pages waiting for better stories. And for once, the silence felt like a beginning, not an end. The last thing I remember before the crash was reaching for my phone to change the music. That's the cruel irony. I wasn't even texting, just trying to skip past another Ed Sheeran song. I'm Samara, and that split-second decision cost me everything. Not just my ability to walk unassisted for the next 2 years, but something far more precious. My trust in family. The impact felt like being swallowed by thunder. Metal screamed, glass exploded, and my world spun into darkness. I woke up 3 days later in the ICU, my body a symphony of pain and my mouth full of tubes. The doctors told me later that the other driver had walked away with barely a scratch. Meanwhile, I had a shattered pelvis, 3 fractured vertebrae, and enough metal in my spine to set off airport security for life. You're very lucky, the neurosurgeon said during his rounds. The settlement from the other driver's insurance should cover your medical expenses and rehabilitation. It's substantial, enough to ensure you get the best care possible. Lucky. Right. My sister Isla visited exactly twice during my 3-month hospital stay. The first time, she couldn't stop checking her phone. The second time, she was wearing a new Gucci bag that looked strangely familiar, identical to one I'd bookmarked before the accident for my graduation present to myself. Mom and Dad helped me start my influencer career, she announced, perching on the edge of my hospital bed. I already have 10,000 followers. Isn't that amazing? I smiled weakly, the morphine making everything fuzzy. That's great, Isla. Really great. It wasn't until Patricia, the hospital administrator, came to discuss my ongoing physical therapy payments that the fog cleared. She frowned at her computer screen, clicked a few times, then looked at me with concern. There seems to be some confusion, she said carefully. The settlement funds were accessed 2 months ago. Multiple large withdrawals. That's impossible, I said. I haven't touched that money. The withdrawals were authorized by your parents. As your legal guardians while you were incapacitated, they had full access to the account. The room started spinning again, but this time, it wasn't from medication. How much is left? Patricia's silence told me everything. I confronted them that evening when they came for their daily visit. Mum was arranging flowers, always arranging flowers as if pretty petals could fix everything. Where's my settlement money? My voice cracked. Dad didn't even look up from his phone. We made some investments. In what? Your sister's future, Mum jumped in, her voice syrupy sweet. Isla has such potential, sweetheart. The sponsorships, the brand deals. She just needed a little boost to get started. We're thinking of the whole family. The whole family? I gripped my bedsheet so hard my knuckles went white. I can't walk. I need years of physical therapy. Don't be dramatic, Dad sighed. You're young, you'll bounce back. We'll help you, Mum added quickly. Once Isla's career takes off. Get out. The words came out like ice. Samara, Don't be like this. Get out! They left, Mum crying theatrically, Dad muttering about ungrateful children. I lay there surrounded by beeping machines and wilting flowers, feeling more alone than I ever had in my life. 2 weeks later, I was discharged to a cheap basement apartment, the best I could afford on my maxed-out credit cards. The final blow came at CVS, trying to fill my pain medication prescription. "I'm sorry, Miss Mason," the pharmacist said gently. "Your card has been declined." I stared at the little orange bottle sitting on the counter, containing the pills that would let me sleep through the night without screaming, the pills I couldn't afford. "Could you try it again?" I whispered, knowing it was useless. The pharmacist swiped again. The machine beeped its rejection. My phone buzzed, a notification from Instagram. With trembling fingers, I opened it to find a new post from Isla, a sunset photo on some tropical beach, cocktail in hand. The caption read, "Living my best life, so blessed to have an amazing support system. Blessed family, first influencer life." I dropped my phone, not caring when the screen cracked against the pharmacy's linoleum floor. The physical therapy appointments I couldn't afford, the medications I couldn't pay for, the accessible apartment I couldn't rent, it had all gone to fund my sister's best life. The pharmacist was still watching me, concern etched on her face. "Is there someone you can call?" I laughed, a hollow sound that scared even me. "No," I said, turning my wheelchair towards the door. "There's no one left to call." My basement apartment smelled like mold and broken dreams. The landlord called it garden level, but the only garden I could see was the patch of weeds pressing against my single window. At least the rent was cheap and the building had an elevator, even if it broke down twice a week. I was scrolling through Ila's Instagram again. I knew I shouldn't, but it had become a twisted morning ritual, like picking at a scab that wouldn't heal. "Another day in paradise. Better blessed," her latest post declared, showing her lounging by an infinity pool in Bali. The comment section was full of heart emojis and goals responses from her growing army of followers. My phone rang. Gemma, my physical therapist. "You're late for your session." "I can't come today," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The paratransit service cancelled again. "I'm picking you up," she replied. "Be ready in 15. True to her word, Gemma arrived in her beat-up Honda Civic. She took one look at my phone screen and snatched it away. "This isn't healthy," she said, tossing it into her back seat. "You're torturing yourself." "Did you see her new post?" I asked as she helped me into the passenger seat. "She's driving a Ferrari now, a Ferrari bought with my spine." Focus on your recovery, not her highlight reel. At the clinic, while helping me through my exercises, Gemma noticed the tremor in my hands. "When's the last time you took your meds?" "I'm rationing them," I admitted. "Can't afford the refills." She stopped mid-stretch. "Have you talked to a lawyer?" "3 of them." I gritted my teeth through another rep. They all said the same thing. My parents had legal authority while I was unconscious. The transfers were completely legitimate. "That's bull." "Look at this," I interrupted, pulling out my phone again. This time I showed her the spreadsheet I'd been building. Every withdrawal, every transfer, matched to Isla's posts. The day they took out $50,000, she posted about her spontaneous trip to the Maldives. Another $30,000, her vintage Chanel collection. Samara. "The worst part," I continued, my voice rising. "She posted this yesterday." The image showed Isla standing in front of a sports car, caption reading, "So grateful for my amazing family's support. Nothing better than having people who believe in your dreams. Your blessed dash your family support ash entrepreneur life." "I'm going to be sick," Gemma muttered. My phone pinged with a new email from Mom. "Dear Samara, I know you're still upset, but families should support each other. Isla's having a difficult time with some online trolls who are questioning her authenticity. She could really use her big sister right now. Remember when you two were little and you always protected her? Love, Mum. I deleted it without responding. You know what the real kick in the teeth is, I said, struggling through another set of exercises. They didn't just steal my money, they stole my future. I had plans, Gemma. I was going to start my own business. I had savings, a perfect credit score, everything lined up. Now I can barely afford ramen. Gemma helped me back into my wheelchair, then crouched down to meet my eyes. So, start over. With what? I can't even afford proper PT sessions. With this. She tapped my head. Your brain still works. Your determination still works. And you have something now that you didn't have before. What's that? A titanium spine? Motivation. She stood up, crossing her arms. I've seen you analysing every post, tracking every dollar. You're smart, Samara. Too smart to waste your energy on Instagram stalking. Use that anger, build something. Like what? Like something that helps people like you. People who need support but can't access it. People who've been... She paused, choosing her words carefully. Overlooked. My phone pinged again. Another notification from Isla's account. This time it was a sponsored post for some sketchy weight loss tea. The comments were already filling with angry responses about promoting dangerous products. I need help, I heard Gemma say distantly. One of my patients found this great coding boot camp, but they need someone to test their accessibility features. It comes with a scholarship. I looked up from my phone. What kind of coding? The kind that builds things, she said, smiling. The kind that changes lives. For the first time in months, I felt something other than rage or despair. It was small, barely a spark, but it was there. When does it start? Monday. But, Samara? Gemma's face turned serious. You have to promise me something. What? Delete her Instagram app, right now. I stared at my phone for a long moment, then pressed and held Isla's perfectly filtered face until it started to wiggle. Delete? The phone asked. I hit yes. It felt like taking my first full breath since the accident. The coding bootcamp classroom was on the 3rd floor of a converted warehouse. Thankfully, they had a reliable elevator, the first thing I checked when I applied. The scholarship covered tuition, but getting there meant taking 3 different buses. Worth it. Today, we're working on accessibility features, our instructor announced. Partner up. Everyone quickly paired off, leaving me and a guy in the corner who looked like he hadn't slept in days. He wheeled his chair over, an actual office chair, not like mine. I'm Clay, he said, extending his hand. Fair warning, I've already crashed the server twice this week. I liked him immediately. We were tasked with creating a website that would work for users with various disabilities. While others focused on basic screen readers, I found myself sketching something different. What's that? Clay peered at my notebook. An app for tracking physical therapy exercises, but with AR features to ensure proper form. I showed him my rough drawings. See? It would use the phone's camera to analyse body positioning, then give real-time feedback, like having a PT watching you. That's actually brilliant. He grabbed the notebook, adding his own notes. We could add progress tracking, pain level monitoring, direct communication with healthcare providers. You sound like you've thought about this before. My mum had a stroke last year, he said quietly. Her insurance only covered 6 weeks of PT. After that, he shrugged. We couldn't afford more. We spent the next 3 hours coding well past class time. Clay had a knack for back-end development that complemented my focus on user experience. By the time we finished, we had a rough prototype. This could help people, he said, staring at our work. Like, really help people. It could, I agreed, if we had funding. I know some people. He started typing frantically. There's this startup accelerator program. My phone buzzed, an email from Mum. Samara, please call us. Isla's in trouble. Some horrible people are attacking her online for promoting those wellness products. Her sponsors are dropping her. We need your help. You're good with computers now, right? Maybe you could help fix her reputation. Love, Mum. I deleted it without opening the attachments. Everything okay? Clay asked. Family drama, nothing important. I turned back to our project. Tell me more about this accelerator program. The next few weeks became a blur of coding, pitching, and prototyping. Gemma helped us test early versions with her patients, providing crucial feedback. Each iteration got better, more intuitive. The tracking feature saved me an hour of paperwork, she said after trying version 3.0. And my patients love the gamification elements. We named it Elevate Mobility. Clay handled the business side while I focused on development. My physical limitations became an advantage. Who better to design accessible tech than someone who needed it? We got in. Clay burst into our makeshift office. Really, just a corner of the boot camp classroom we'd been allowed to use after hours. The accelerator program. They want us to pitch next week. I was about to respond when another email arrived. From Isla this time, not Mom. Sam, I know we haven't talked, but I'm desperate. Everything's falling apart. My followers are leaving, my sponsors want refunds, and Dad's investments didn't work out. Mum's crying all the time. Please, you're my sister. You have to help. Clay noticed my expression. Bad news? No, I said, deleting the email. Just spam. We spent the next week perfecting our pitch. The night before the presentation, Clay found me still working at midnight. You need to rest, he said. Just one more feature. I showed him the new module I'd been developing. See? It tracks not just physical progress, but emotional well-being too. Depression and anxiety often accompany physical recovery, but most apps ignore that. He studied me for a moment. This is personal for you, isn't it? Everything's personal. I saved my work and closed the laptop. That's what makes it good. The pitch went better than we'd hoped. The investors didn't just get it, they loved it. One of them was in a wheelchair himself. This could change lives, he said, writing a check that made my hands shake. When can you start? As we celebrated that night, my phone buzzed one last time. A news notification. Social media influencer faces legal troubles over fraudulent product claims. I didn't need to read the article to know it was about Ayla. To elevate mobility, Clay raised his glass, and to helping people help themselves. I touched my glass to his, watching the lights reflect off the liquid inside. To karma, I added quietly. He didn't hear me, but that was okay. Some toasts are better kept to yourself. 1 year into running Elevate Mobility, and our office actually had windows. Real ones, not the basement variety I'd grown used to. We'd expanded to 30 employees, and our app was being used in rehabilitation centres across 3 states. Another interview request, Clay said, dropping a printout on my desk. Forbes this time? They want to do a profile on our mysterious founder. I shook my head. Send Sarah from marketing. She can do it. They specifically asked for you. The whole tech entrepreneur who developed the product while recovering from her own injury angle is compelling. No. I kept my eyes on my screen. We stick to the plan. No personal publicity. Clay sighed, but didn't argue. He knew why. The last thing I needed was my family discovering my success. They'd already burned through my settlement money. I wouldn't let them near my company. Fine, but at least look at this pitch deck that came in. He slid another folder across my desk. Interesting proposition. Family-run lifestyle brand looking to pivot after some setbacks. They need restructuring help with their debt. I flipped through the first few pages absently, then froze. There, in glossy high resolution, was a familiar face. Isla. older, wearing less makeup than in her influencer days, but unmistakably my sister. Something wrong? Clay asked. I closed the folder carefully. Who sent this? Some guy named Harlan Boyd. Says he represents distressed assets, wants to meet about potentially selling us their debt at a discount. He leaned against my desk. Could be interesting. We've been talking about diversifying our investments. My mind raced. Through careful searching, I'd kept tabs on my family's downfall. Isla's influence had crumbled after the weight loss tea scandal. Dad's investments had tanked. They'd mortgaged their house to cover mounting debts, then mortgaged it again. Set up the meeting, I said, but with Boyd directly. I want to know more about this debt. Clay raised an eyebrow. You never take these meetings? Things change. Later that afternoon, I sat across from Harlan Boyd in our conference room. He looked exactly like I'd expected. Expensive suit, predatory smile. Fascinating company you've built, he said, sliding over documents. Though you're very camera shy. I prefer to let our product speak for itself. I studied the papers. Tell me about this debt portfolio. Family of 4. Parents remortgaged their home multiple times to fund their younger daughter's social media career. When that collapsed, they took out high-interest loans to maintain appearances. Now they're underwater on everything. And you own all their debt? Most of it. He smiled again, looking to offload it at a very reasonable price. I kept my face neutral. Why sell to us? Your company has liquidity and... He paused meaningfully. I hear you understand the value of privacy. My phone buzzed, a text from Mom. Please, Samara, we're about to lose everything. Just talk to us. I turned the phone face down. How much? Boyd named a figure. It was high, but not as high as the satisfaction would be worth. I'll need to review the documents, I said. Of course. He stood to leave, then turned back. One more thing. The family's requested a meeting with potential investors. One last chance to pitch their recovery plan. Would you be interested in attending? My heart raced. They wouldn't know who I am beforehand? Complete confidentiality? They're desperate enough not to ask questions. I thought about my basement apartment, about rationing pain medications, about Instagram posts from tropical beaches bought with my suffering. Schedule it. After Boyd left, Clay came in. So, we're buying it. The debt. Why? It's not even tangentially related to our business model. I stared out those real windows at the city below. Sometimes opportunities aren't about business models. Samara. His voice turned serious. Do you know these people? Set up the purchase through a shell company, I said, ignoring his question. Maximum privacy protocols? This feels personal. I finally looked at him. Everything's personal, remember? That's what makes it good. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. I'll get the paperwork started. That night, I received another email from Isla. We found an investor willing to hear us out. One last chance to turn everything around. I wish you could be there, sis. I miss you. I smiled at my screen. Don't worry, I whispered. I wouldn't miss it for the world. The pieces were falling into place. Soon, very soon, I'd show them exactly what their smart, successful daughter had become. And this time, I'd be the one holding all the cards. I opened my calendar and marked the meeting date with a single word. Karma. The debt transfer is complete, Boyd said, sliding the final paperwork across my desk. Congratulations. You now own everything they owe. I picked up the stack of documents. Their entire financial history laid bare. Every desperate loan, every missed payment, every attempt to prop up Isla's failing influence empire. Tell me about their Current situation, I said. Boyd's smile widened. They're living on credit cards. The house is worth less than they owe. Your sister, yes, I know who you are, tried launching a skincare line last month. It flopped spectacularly. And my parents? Your father's trying to day trade cryptocurrency. Your mother's selling MLM products to her friends. They're drowning. My phone lit up with a text from Clay. Are you sure about this? I ignored it. The meeting is scheduled for next Thursday, Boyd continued. They're expecting to pitch to a private equity group. Should be quite the show. Have they asked about the investor's identity? They're not in a position to ask questions. He stood to leave, then paused. I've seen a lot of revenge plays in my line of work, but this one, he whistled low. This is art. After he left, I pulled up Isla's latest social media attempts. Her following had dropped from millions to barely 10,000. Her most recent post showed her forcing a smile while holding a bottle of sketchy-looking supplements. Sometimes life knocks you down, her caption read, but real influencers keep influencing. DM me for your discount code. I shall blessed ensure never give up. I will girl boss. The comments were brutal. Didn't you get sued for your last scam products? How desperate can you get? What happened to all your luxury vacations? My office door opened. Clay walked in without knocking. I figured it out, he said. They're your family. I didn't deny it. Does that change anything? It explains everything. He sat down heavily. The privacy protocols, the shell company, why you never do interviews. He leaned forward. What are you planning? Justice. Samara. They stole my future, I cut him off. Used my settlement money while I was literally unconscious. Do you know what it's like to wake up and discover your own parents betrayed you? No, he said quietly, but I know what it's like to watch someone get consumed by revenge. My phone buzzed again. Mum, the investor meeting is our last chance. Your father's not sleeping. Isla cries all the time. We need a miracle. Another text followed immediately. I know we hurt you, but we're still family. I showed Clay the messages. Family? I laughed bitterly. They didn't act like family when I was eating ramen in a basement apartment because I couldn't afford real food. What exactly are you going to do? Make them feel what I felt. Helpless, desperate. I pulled up the meeting calendar. They want to pitch their recovery plan? Fine, let them pitch. Then I'll show them exactly who they're dealing with. And after, what happens to them? They lose everything. The house, the cars, Isla's precious social media accounts, all of it. Clay was quiet for a long moment. Will it heal you? I'm not looking for healing. I'm looking for balance. My phone lit up one more time. A social media notification. Isla had tagged me in a post. An old photo of us as kids, me pushing her on a swing. Missing my big sister, the caption read. The one person who always protected me. Throwback, dot your family. Manipulative to the end, I muttered, blocking her account. You don't have to do this, Clay said. Actually, I do. I turned to my computer and pulled up the meeting details. Send out the calendar invites. List the investor as Phoenix Capital Partners. Phoenix? Something that rises from ashes. I smiled thinly. Seemed appropriate. After Clay left, I opened my desk drawer and pulled out my old hospital bracelet. I'd kept it as a reminder, a talisman of sorts. My phone buzzed one final time. Dad, we're meeting the investors next week. I know you're doing well in tech now. If you could just loan us enough to tide us over. I deleted the message without responding and confirmed the calendar invite. The pieces were set. In 1 week, they'd walk into that conference room expecting salvation. Instead, they'd find me, their greatest failure, transformed into their worst nightmare. I ran my fingers over the hospital bracelet, remembering the pain, the betrayal, the lonely nights. "See you soon, family," I whispered, dropping the bracelet into my trash bin. "Hope you're ready for your miracle." The conference room felt colder than usual. I'd chosen my outfit carefully. A tailored black suit that concealed my mobility aid, hairstyled differently than they'd ever seen it, subtle makeup that changed the angles of my face. 3 years of avoiding cameras meant they wouldn't recognize me immediately. Clay sat to my right, our legal team to my left. "Last chance to back out," he whispered. I checked my watch. "They're late, probably choosing the perfect Instagram filter for their big meeting post." The door opened. Mum entered first, wearing a dress I recognized from her credit card statements, purchased last week, still with tags hidden in the hem. Dad followed, tugging at his tie. Isla came last, clutching a tablet and looking thinner than her photos. "Thank you for meeting with us," Dad began, not really looking at any of us. "We're excited to present our new business venture." "Sit down," I said, my voice deliberately lower than usual. "Let's start with some questions." They settled into their chairs. Mom was already tearing up, her signature move in tense situations. "Your financial records show multiple mortgages," I began. "Tell me about the first one." "Well," Dad shifted uncomfortably, "we needed capital for Isla's brand development." "March 15th, 3 years ago," I interrupted. "The day you withdrew $250,000 from a medical settlement account. Remember that one?" The colour drained from his face. I don't know what you're talking about," he stammered. I opened a folder and pushed documents across the table. Bank transfers, Instagram posts, quite the correlation between withdrawal dates and your daughter's luxury vacations. Mum's hand started shaking. "Who are you?" I ignored her, turning to Isla. "Tell me about the weight loss products." "That was a misunderstanding," Isla said quickly. "The company assured us you promoted dangerous products to teenage girls while vacationing on stolen money." I pulled up her old posts on the conference room screen. Money that was meant for medical care. "How do you know all this?" Dad demanded. I stood slowly, letting them see my slight limp. "Because it was my money." The recognition hit them in waves. Mum gasped. Dad's face went from white to red. Isla dropped her tablet with a clatter. "Samara," she whispered. "Hello, family." I smiled without warmth. "Surprised to see me walking." I managed that without the physical therapy I couldn't afford. Amazing what determination can do. "Sweetheart," Mum reached across the table. "We can explain—" "No need." I pushed another document forward. "I own your debt now, all of it. The house, the cars, the failed business loans, everything." "That's impossible," Dad sputtered. "You couldn't afford." "I'm the CEO of Elevate Mobility." I gestured around the office. "This is my company, the one I built from nothing, while you were spending my settlement on private jets and designer bags." Isla started crying. Not her usual pretty tears for Instagram, but ugly, mascara-running sobs. "We were going to pay it back," she choked out. "Once I got more sponsors." "Your sponsorships are gone. Your followers know you're a fraud. And now," I clicked a button on my laptop, "your accounts are mine too, part of the debt acquisition." Her phone buzzed. She looked down and screamed. All her social media accounts were simultaneously deactivated. "You can't do this." Dad stood up, his face purple. "We're your parents." "Sit down!" My voice could have frozen fire. "You stopped being my parents the moment you stole from your disabled daughter." Mum was fully crying now. "We were trying to help Isla reach her potential, while I ate ramen in a basement." I pulled up more documents. "Here's what's going to happen. You'll surrender the house, the cars, all assets. You'll sign everything over quietly, or I'll take you to court and make every detail public." "You'd destroy your own family?" Dad's voice cracked. You did that already. I stood again, steadier now. You have 24 hours to decide. Sign the papers or I release everything, including Isla's deleted posts promoting those dangerous products. Samara, please. Isla reached for me. I'm your sister. My sister? I laughed coldly. My sister watched me struggle to survive and posted beach selfies bought with my pain. The papers will be delivered to your house tonight. Choose wisely. I walked to the door, my slight limp a reminder of everything they'd done. At the threshold, I turned back one last time. Oh, and, Mom, those tears might work better if you hadn't practiced them in your influencer coaching sessions. The receipts for those are in the file too. I left them there, surrounded by the evidence of their betrayal, and felt nothing but ice in my veins. Clay followed me out. You okay? No, I said honestly. But I will be. They signed the papers at exactly 23 hours and 42 minutes into their deadline. Our lawyers delivered them to my office, where I sat with Clay and Gemma, who'd insisted on being there. It's done, Clay said, reviewing the signatures. They surrendered everything. Gemma squeezed my hand. How do you feel? Before I could answer, my office door burst open. Isla stood there, mascara streaked down her face, wearing clothes I'd never seen her post on Instagram. 2 minutes, I said to the security guard who'd followed her. Then escort her out. Please, Isla stepped forward. I can fix this. Let me work for you. I can do your social media, your marketing. Like you marketed those weight loss products to teenagers. She flinched. I've changed. I've learned. The only thing you've learned is that actions have consequences. I kept my voice level. Something our parents should have taught you years ago. They were trying to help me. By stealing from me? I pulled up her old Instagram feed. Here's you in Bali the same week I had to choose between pain medication and food. Here's your vintage Chanel collection, bought while I was learning to walk again. Here's... I'm sorry, she screamed. Is that what you want to hear? I'm sorry. Sorry you did it, or sorry you got caught. She collapsed into a chair, all her influencer poise gone. What am I supposed to do now? Where are we supposed to live? You'll figure it out. I did. Mum and Dad are devastated. Dad's talking about bankruptcy. I lived in a mouldy basement, I cut her off. I took 3 buses to physical therapy. I built this company while fighting chronic pain. You'll survive. We're still family, she whispered. Family? I laughed. Let me show you something. I pulled up my company's user testimonials. This is Amy, a car accident survivor who couldn't afford ongoing PT. Our app helped her recover. This is Marcus, who lost mobility after a stroke. He's walking again. This is Sarah. I get it, Isla interrupted. You're helping people. You're better than us. No, I'm showing you what real influence looks like. I turned to face her fully. You wanted followers? I have millions of users who actually benefit from what I create. You wanted to make an impact? I'm changing lives. That's the future you stole from me, and the one I built anyway. The security guard stepped forward. Time's up. Wait, Isla reached into her bag. Your hospital bracelet. Mum kept it. I thought, maybe you'd want it back. I stared at the faded plastic band. Keep it. Consider it a souvenir of the sister you used to have. After she was gone, Gemma broke the silence. That was intense. It's not over, Clay said, checking his phone. Your mother's outside. Of course she is, I sighed. Send her in. Mom entered like she was walking to her execution. Samara, baby, don't. I held up my hand. If you're here to manipulate me with tears and memories, save it. I just want to understand. How could you do this to us? Interesting question. I asked myself the same thing in that hospital bed. She sank into the chair Isla had vacated. We thought we were investing in the family's future. No, you were gambling with my future to fund Isla's fantasy. I pulled out one final document. Sign this. What is it? A non-disclosure agreement. Sign it and I won't go public with the story. Your choice. Her hand trembled as she took the pen. You're so cold now. What happened to my sweet girl? She died in that car accident. The woman who woke up had to be stronger. After she signed, she stood to leave, but paused at the door. Will you ever forgive us? That's the wrong question, Mom. I turned back to my computer. The right question is, will you ever forgive yourselves? The door clicked shut behind her. Clay and Gemma stayed silent as I stared at my screen, not really seeing it. Finally, Gemma spoke. What now? I pulled up our company's latest project, a nationwide initiative to provide free physical therapy apps to accident survivors. Now, I started typing. We help people. We build something meaningful. We do what I always wanted to do. And your family? Clay asked quietly. I thought about the hospital bracelet Isla had tried to return, about the basement apartment, about all the lonely nights and painful mornings. They're not my family anymore, I said. This is our company, our users, the people we help. That's worth more than all their Instagram followers combined. I hit send on the project launch email, watching it disappear into cyberspace. Besides, I added, Karma's not finished with them yet. The TED Talk stage felt smaller than it looked in videos. My mobility aid was visible today. I'd stopped hiding it. The audience waited in expectant silence as I adjusted the microphone. Everyone loves a good comeback story, I began. But this isn't one of those. This is a story about building something new from the ashes of betrayal. In the front row, Clay and Gemma gave me encouraging nods. We'd practiced this speech for weeks. When I founded Elevate Mobility, people asked what inspired me. They expected to hear about my car accident, my recovery. But the real inspiration came from betrayal, from learning that sometimes the people meant to protect you can be the ones who hurt you most. I clicked to the next slide. Our app's interface showing real-time physical therapy guidance. We've helped over 1 million users regain their independence, but more importantly, we've shown them they're not alone, that their struggles matter, that they deserve support. The presentation continued smoothly until the Q&A session. A hand raised in the back. Your company recently acquired several failed influencer accounts and their associated debts. How does that fit into your mission? I smiled, having expected this question. Sometimes healing others means confronting your own past. Those acquisitions reminded me why we do this work, because real influence isn't about followers or likes. It's about impact. After the talk, I headed to my favourite coffee shop, the same one where I'd sketched our first prototype. The barista recognised me. Saw you on the live stream, she said, handing me my usual order. Table by the windows free. As I settled in, someone slid into the chair across from me. Isla. She looked different, no makeup, wearing a retail store uniform. I saw your talk, she said quietly. How did you find me? You mentioned this place in your speech, about sketching the first designs here. She twisted her hands together. I'm working at the mall now, assistant manager trainee. Congratulations. Don't mock me. I'm not. I met her eyes. Honest work isn't shameful. She pulled out her phone. An older model cracked screen. Look, it was her new Instagram account. Instead of luxury posts, there were simple photos. Her small apartment, cooking attempts, study materials for a business management course. Only 300 followers, she said, but they're real. No bought likes, no fake comments. Why are you showing me this? Because you were right about everything. She put the phone away. Mum and Dad are in therapy now. Dad's working as an accountant again. She hesitated. Mum's actually working with a support group for parents of accident survivors. I took a sip of my coffee, letting the information settle. We're learning, she continued. The hard way, but we're learning. Good for you. That's not why I came, though. She pulled out an envelope. This is my first real paycheck. I want you to have it. Keep it, please. It's not much, not compared to what we took, but Isla. I pushed the envelope back. Keep it. Use it for your courses. She started crying. Real tears, not the performed ones I remembered. I don't expect forgiveness, she said. I just wanted you to know we understand now. What we did, what it cost you. My phone buzzed. Clay sending updates about our latest project, a partnership with national rehabilitation centres. It didn't cost me anything, I replied, showing her the message. It showed me what I could build. She stood to leave, then paused. Your app, the free version for accident survivors. I've been recommending it to customers at work. Some of them actually use it. That's what it's for. After she left, I opened my laptop and pulled up our company dashboard. New user registrations were climbing. Reviews poured in from people sharing their recovery journeys. Clay called. Ready for the hospital board meeting? On my way. I gathered my things, leaving a generous tip for the barista. Outside, the city felt different. Not because anything had changed, but because I had. The anger that had fueled me for so long had transformed into something else. Not forgiveness, exactly, but purpose. My phone buzzed again. A notification from Isla's new Instagram. A simple photo of her textbooks captioned, Learning from Mistakes. Starting over. I hesitated, then clicked follow. Not for her, not for redemption, but because sometimes moving forward means acknowledging when others do too. I headed toward the hospital, where our team was waiting to launch a program bringing rehabilitation technology to underserved communities. This was my real influence, my real legacy, and it was worth every painful step of the journey.
The doctor's face told me everything before she even opened her mouth. I've gotten good at reading people's expressions over the years. You develop that skill when you grow up walking on eggshells. My name is Valentina, and I just found out I might die because my body is attacking itself. Funny how life works sometimes. The tests show an aggressive form of lupus, Dr. Marshall said, her voice gentle but firm. Without immediate treatment, your organs could start failing within months. I'm sorry, but we need to start therapy right away. I nodded, numb. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as she explained treatment options, costs, and survival rates. I barely heard her. All I could think about was the family medical fund, the one my parents had set up for emergencies only after my grandmother passed away last year. How much? I finally managed to ask. She named a figure that made my stomach drop. But the fund should cover it. It had to. When I got home, Claire was sprawled across our parents' imported leather couch, phone held above her face as she recorded herself. And don't forget to smash that like button, besties. Your girl's got some major announcements coming up about the Italian influencer retreat. I waited until she finished before speaking. Is Mom home? I need to talk to everyone. Claire barely glanced up. They're in Dad's study, probably planning my travel logistics. She finally looked at me properly. God, you look awful. You should try that new filter I'm using. I found my parents exactly where Claire said. Mom was perched on Dad's desk, both of them hovering over a laptop. The hotel wants an additional deposit for Claire's suite, Mom was saying. But the views will be perfect for her content. Mom, Dad, I interrupted. I need to talk to you about something important. Dad barely looked up. Can it wait? We're finalizing Claire's retreat details. No, it can't, my voice cracked. I just came from the doctor. I have lupus. It's bad. I need to start treatment immediately. Mom's perfectly maintained eyebrows drew together. Oh, honey, are you sure? You've always been prone to overreacting about health things. I have the test results right here. I pulled out the papers with shaking hands. Dr. Marshall says without treatment. Let me see those. Dad cut in, scanning the documents. These treatments are expensive. Have you looked into cheaper alternatives? That's why I'm here. The family medical fund should cover it. I can pay it back once. Mom and Dad exchanged a look that made my blood run cold. Sweetie, Mom started, we've had to make some adjustments to that fund. Claire's career is at a crucial point right now. This retreat could make her the next big thing. I stared at them. You used the emergency medical fund for Claire's influencer retreat? Now don't be dramatic, Dad said in that dismissive tone I knew too well. Claire needs to maintain a certain image. These opportunities don't come around often. As if summoned, Claire appeared in the doorway. Daddy, the retreat organizers need the final payment today. Oh, and I need new luggage for all the gifting suite items. I walked out. They didn't even notice. At the bank, the truth hit harder than the diagnosis. The fund was empty, every penny gone. I'm sorry, Ms. Carter, the teller said. The last withdrawal was made 3 days ago. Something about social media marketing expenses? I sat in my car in the parking lot, hands gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. My phone buzzed, a text from Claire. Don't be jealous just because I'm actually doing something with my life. You can't expect Mom and Dad to keep babying you forever. Another buzz. This time, an email notification. Urgent. Estate of Gianna Mason. Immediate attention required. I almost deleted it thinking it was spam, but something made me open it. Dear Ms. Valentina Carter, as per the final wishes of your grandmother, Gianna Mason, this letter serves as official notification that you have been named sole signatory and controller of the Mason Family Trust, effective immediately. This includes all associated accounts, properties, and investments currently supporting the Carter family estate. Please contact our office to arrange a private meeting regarding your grandmother's additional instructions. Regards, James Morton, estate attorney. I read it 3 times before it sank in. Then I started laughing, the kind of laugh that borders on crying. Grandma always said karma comes to those who wait. I just never expected her to be karma's delivery service. My phone buzzed again. Dad, probably about Claire's luggage budget. I turned off my phone and started the car. I had a meeting to schedule with Mr. Morton. Sometimes the best revenge isn't serving a cold dish. It's slowly turning off the heat and watching them realize they're freezing. The Mason Trust's office lobby hadn't changed since I was a kid. Same mahogany panels, same pretentious oil paintings, same leather chairs that squeaked when you sat down. But this time, I wasn't here to wait while Mom discussed family matters with the trustees. Val, is that really you? I turned to find Landon, my old next-door neighbor who'd spent summers teaching me chess while Claire practiced her pageant walks. He wore a suit now, but his eyes still had that same mischievous glint. You work here? I asked. Managing director of estate portfolios, he grinned. Come on, I'll walk you to Morton's office. We have a lot to catch up on. As we walked, a memory hit me. Claire's sweet 16 party. She'd demanded a white horse for her entrance. Remember when Claire made your parents rent that Lipizan stallion? Landon asked, as if reading my mind. Cost them what? 20 grand for a 2-hour rental? 30. The horse pooped on the lawn and she needed emergency landscaping before her photo shoot. We reached Morton's office, but Landon touched my arm before I could enter. I saw the trust transfer notice this morning. Your grandmother. She knew exactly what she was doing. Morton was already waiting, documents spread across his desk. Ms. Valentina, please sit down. Your grandmother left very specific instructions. He slid a folder toward me. Inside was a handwritten letter. My dearest Val, they never saw you clearly, but I did. The quiet one, the watchful one, the one who counts cards but pretends to lose at poker. You have more strength than all of them combined. Everything is yours now. Use it wisely. Love, Grandma Gianna. The trust controls everything, Morton explained. The house mortgage, your father's business loans, your mother's credit lines. Even Claire's influencer expenses are processed through subsidiary accounts. How much? I whispered. He named a figure that made me dizzy. You could buy the house right out from under them if you wanted, Landon added from the doorway. He hadn't left. My phone buzzed. Claire had posted a new Instagram story. Living my best life. Can't wait to show you besties my new summer wardrobe. Blessed that's your family support. The caption read, Thank you, Daddy, for always believing in my dreams. Another memory surfaced. Me, at 17, clutching an acceptance letter from Yale. We can't afford 2 college tuitions, Dad had said. Claire needs to focus on her modeling career. I ended up at community college. Claire got a personal stylist. Show me everything, I told Morton. Every account, every transaction, every dependency. For the next hour, he walked me through it all. The trust was like a spider's web, with threads connecting to every aspect of my family's carefully curated lifestyle. Your grandmother added an interesting clause, Morton said, pointing to a paragraph. Any attempt to contest your control automatically triggers a complete freeze of all associated accounts. My phone buzzed again. Mom this time. Claire needs her retreat deposit today. Handle the transfer, will you? You're so good with boring money things. They didn't even know I'd been to the doctor. What's the process for initiating an audit? I asked Morton. He raised an eyebrow. Simple enough, though it would temporarily suspend all automatic payments while accounts are reviewed. Do it. Val, Landon said softly. Are you sure? This could... They used my medical fund for Claire's Instagram career. My voice was steady, while I was sitting in a doctor's office being told I could die. Landon's expression hardened. I'll expedite the audit myself. I signed where Morton indicated. It felt like signing a declaration of war. Walking out, I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Dad. A text popped up. The bank's showing some issue with transfers. Fix it immediately. Claire's crying. Another memory. Me crying in the hospital at 12, scared and in pain from what would later be diagnosed as the first lupus flare. Mom was at Claire's dance recital. You'll have to tough it out, sweetie. We can't miss Claire's solo. I typed back, sorry, in a meeting. I'm sure it's just a technical glitch. Landon walked me to my car. The audit notification will hit their accounts in about an hour. Want to grab coffee and watch the fireworks? I smiled, thinking of Claire's perfect Instagram feed, Dad's carefully maintained image, Mom's social status, all built on Grandma's money, all now under my control. Can't, I said. I have a medical appointment to schedule, but keep me posted? He nodded, understanding in his eyes. They never saw you coming, did they? No, I replied, starting my car. They were too busy watching Claire. My phone started ringing again. Dad's name flashed on the screen. I hit decline and drove away. Dinner at my parents' house had always been a performance, but tonight's show was particularly entertaining. Mom's hand shook as she passed the salad bowl. Dad kept checking his phone under the table. And Claire? She hadn't touched her food, too busy texting her manager Marcus about the payment processing error. I just don't understand, Mom said for the 3rd time. The accounts were fine yesterday. I speared a cherry tomato. Maybe Mercury's in retrograde. This isn't funny, Valentina, Dad snapped. Claire's retreat deposit is due and nothing's going through. Even my golf club payment bounced. Daddy, Claire whined. Marcus says if we don't confirm payment by midnight, they'll give my spot to Kylie Matthews. She has half my followers. I took a sip of water, hiding my smile. That sounds stressful. Mom set down her fork with a clang. You know, Valentina, I've been thinking. Maybe you should see Dr. Peterson again. The therapist? You've been off lately. First these dramatic health claims, now this strange attitude. Dr. Peterson helped with your attention-seeking phases before. I remembered Dr. Peterson. The therapist they'd sent me to after I'd tried telling our family friends about Claire stealing my college fund. Making up stories, they'd called it. I'm fine, Mom, but thanks for your concern about my health. Finally, Claire's phone chimed. Her face went pale. Marcus says the retreat organizers are asking about my sponsorship verification. What does that even mean? It means they're checking if your engagement numbers are real, I explained helpfully. Standard audit procedure. Dad's head snapped up. Audit? Oh, didn't you get the notice? The Mason Trust is under review. Something about irregular spending patterns. I reached for the bread. Pass the butter? The silence was delicious. How do you know about the trust? Mom's voice had gone high and tight. Grandma's lawyer called. Apparently there were some instructions in her will. Claire slammed her phone down. This is ridiculous. I have 1 million followers waiting for my Italy content. I can't let Kylie Matthews take my spot. 1 million followers? I pulled out my phone. That's weird. According to this analytics report Marcus just posted, you have about 300,000, and half of those look like bot accounts. You're just jealous, Claire shrieked. You've always been jealous because I'm actually successful while you waste your life being sick all the time. Claire, Dad warned, but I cut him off. You know what's funny? When I was diagnosed with lupus this week, you remember the dramatic health claims, I actually thought you might care. Stupid me, right? Mom's wine glass froze halfway to her lips. Diagnosed? Stage 4 lupus. Could be fatal without treatment. But hey, at least Claire's getting her Instagram retreat, right? That's what emergency medical funds are for. Dad stood up so fast his chair fell backward. What did you do? I stood too, matching his stance. I didn't do anything. Yet. But since you're asking, Grandma made me sole controller of the trust. Every penny you're spending, that's my signature you need now. Claire burst into tears. Not the pretty kind she used in her videos. The ugly, mascara-running kind. Daddy, do something. We'll call the lawyers, he threatened. Your grandmother wasn't in her right mind. Try it. The trust has an automatic freeze clause if contested. But you knew that, right? Since you read all the documents so carefully before spending my medical fund? Mom reached for me. Sweetie, let's not be hasty. We can talk about this. Like we talked about Yale, or my first hospitalization, or every time Claire needed something and I needed to understand. My phone buzzed. A text from Landon. Second wave of audits hitting tomorrow. You sure about this? You're being hysterical, Mom said, using her therapy voice. This isn't like you. I laughed. Actually, this is exactly like me. You just never bothered to notice. Claire was frantically calling Marcus. Dad was already on the phone with his lawyer. Mom looked like she might faint. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door. Don't worry about dinner. I'm sure Claire can post about it on Instagram. #blessed family drama. #karma sabitch. Valentina, Dad's voice boomed. If you walk out that door, you'll what? Cut me off? Good luck with that. I paused in the doorway, looking back at their stunned faces. Oh, and Claire? Kylie Matthews says hi. We had coffee this morning. Lovely girl. Very interested in hearing about influencer fraud techniques. The door slammed behind me with a satisfying thud. Through the window, I could see Claire having a full meltdown, Mom reaching for her anxiety pills, and Dad turning an interesting shade of purple. I texted Landon back, absolutely sure. Send the auditors. Sometimes the best revenge is simply holding up a mirror and letting them see themselves clearly for the first time. Marcus called at 7 a.m., his usual smooth-talking voice tinged with desperation. Valentina, hey, long time no chat. Listen, about this audit situation. Hello, Marcus. Busy morning. I heard Beauty Blitz is reviewing their influencer partnerships. A pause. Look, I know you and Claire have your differences, but this retreat could really launch her career. Maybe we could discuss this over coffee? I checked my email. 3 new notifications from the Trust's audit team. Sorry, I have a medical appointment. Pesky autoimmune disease, you know how it is. Oh wait, you don't, because my family spent my treatment fund on your client's retreat. That's unfortunate. But surely we can work something out. Claire really values your relationship as sisters. Really? Is that why she's been live streaming about her toxic family drama for the past hour? Another pause. She's upset. You understand. Between us, I could make it worth your while to release the funds. I know people in the industry. You mean like the people at Social Boost who inflate follower counts? Or the ones who help hide sponsorship earnings from the IRS? The silence on his end was perfect. Interesting thing about audit trails, Marcus. They don't just follow the money, they follow the data too. Are you threatening me? I'm stating facts. Claire gave you access to her laptop last month, didn't she? The one with all the trust documents? Click. Call ended. I switched to Claire's live stream, where she was having a mascara-streaked meltdown. And my own sister is trying to ruin my career because she's like literally so jealous? I worked so hard for my followers. The comments were scrolling fast. Wait, aren't those Gucci bags fake? Didn't you say your dad owned that yacht? Your engagement rates look botted, TBH. My phone buzzed. Landon. Beauty Blitz pulled their contract. Wanna guess who sent them Claire's real analytics? I smiled, opening my laptop to check the trust accounts. Dad's golf club membership, suspended. Mom's personal shopper account, frozen. Claire's emergency credit card, declined at Gucci an hour ago. A notification popped up. Claire had started another live stream. I just want to be real with you guys. Yes, sometimes we use engagement tools to boost visibility. That's totally normal in the industry. And okay, maybe the yacht was borrowed, but the comments were brutal. You lied to us. Unfollowing, rich girl faker. My phone rang again. Dad. Whatever you're doing, stop it now. His voice shook with rage. Your mother can barely get out of bed. Claire's sponsors are pulling out. My business partners are asking questions. Questions like, why did you empty your daughter's medical fund for Instagram photos? Those kinds of questions. I am your father. And I'm your daughter, the one dying of lupus. Funny how that works. He switched tactics. We can figure out your medical situation, but if you destroy Claire's career, her career, I laughed. You mean her carefully curated lie? Tell me, Dad, does it bother you that you spent my entire college fund on Claire's fake life? You're being hysterical. There's that word again, hysterical. You know what's really hysterical? How quickly an influencer empire falls when someone looks at the real numbers. Claire's latest live stream had gone viral, for all the wrong reasons. Fake influencer was trending. My phone lit up with a text from Marcus. We need to talk. I have information you might want to hear. Then Mom, please stop this madness. We're family. Then Claire, I hate you, you're ruining everything. I turned off my phone and opened my grandmother's journal, found in her study after the will reading. The last entry caught my eye again. My dearest Val, they called you hysterical when you were just honest. They called you difficult when you were just hurt. They called you dramatic when you were dying. But I saw you counting cards at family poker nights, letting them think they were winning. You're not hysterical, my girl. You're strategic. And now it's your turn to deal the cards. My laptop chimed. An email from Beauty Blitz's legal team requesting all documentation of Claire's engagement manipulation. I attached the files Landon had helped me compile. Every fake follower purchase, every hidden sponsorship deal, every manipulated engagement rate. Send. Sometimes revenge isn't about destroying someone's life. It's about removing the lies they built it on. My phone buzzed one final time. A reminder. First treatment session tomorrow. I'd be paying for it myself, with money from the trust that was supposed to fund Claire's fake Italian summer. Karma really does have a sense of humor. The door to my apartment burst open at 6 a.m. Mom stormed in like a designer-clad hurricane, her perfect makeup unable to hide the wild look in her eyes. Fix this mess, she shrieked, waving her phone. Claire's lost half her followers. The country club is asking about our membership dues. Your father can't sleep. I calmly sipped my coffee. How did you get in? I had a key made months ago, in case of emergencies. Like this emergency? I held up my medical papers. Or just Claire emergencies. She sank onto my couch, deflating slightly. Your grandmother was senile. She couldn't have meant to give you this much power. You don't understand how these things work. Actually, I do. Want to see the trust documents? The ones showing how you've been draining my medical fund for years? That money was for family emergencies. I'm dying, Mom. That's not emergency enough? She flinched. Don't be dramatic. There are payment plans for medical things. Claire's career is time-sensitive. Was time-sensitive, I corrected. Beauty Blitz dropped her this morning. Apparently they don't like influencers who fake their numbers. Mom's face went pale. You vindictive little... My phone buzzed. Landon. Your father's lawyer just filed a petition to contest the trust. Want me to trigger the freeze? Do it, I texted back. Mom's phone chimed immediately. Her hands shook as she read the notification. What did you do? I didn't do anything. Dad's lawyer did. By contesting the trust, he activated Grandma's automatic freeze clause. All accounts suspended pending review. You can't do this to us. We're your family. Family? I stood up, fury finally breaking through my calm. Where was family when I needed my first treatment? Where was family when Claire stole my college fund? Where was family every time I was being dramatic about my symptoms? I was protecting you. The world is harsh, Valentina. Claire needs to learn actions have consequences. So do you. A commotion in the hallway interrupted us. Dad burst in, followed by a man in an expensive suit. There she is, Dad pointed at me. Do it. The lawyer cleared his throat. Ms. Valentina, I have here a petition claiming your grandmother was mentally unfit when... I walked to my desk, pulled out a document, and held it up. You mean this petition? The one you filed exactly 6 minutes ago? Dad's face reddened. How did you... I have friends at the court. Good ones. They fax things quickly. I handed the lawyer another document. This is your copy of Grandma's last psychiatric evaluation, dated 1 week before the trust transfer. Completely sound mind. Verified by 3 separate doctors. The lawyer scanned it, his expression dropping. Mr. Carter, you didn't mention this. There's more, I added sweetly. Would you like to see the video Grandma recorded explaining her decision? Or the notarized letters from her entire medical team? Mom started crying. Not Claire's practiced Instagram tears, real, ugly sobs. You're destroying everything, Dad shouted. The business, Claire's future. No, I cut him off. You did that. When you decided my life was worth less than Claire's social media career. My phone buzzed again. A news alert. Rising influencer Claire Carter exposed for fake engagement scandal. Dad's lawyer quietly gathered his papers. I'll review these documents and be in touch. After he left, Mom tried one last time. Sweetie, please, we can work something out. Family counseling, maybe? I start chemotherapy tomorrow. Real treatment, not the bargain version you suggested. Paid for by the trust you tried to steal from me. I opened my door. Get out. You ungrateful, Dad began, but Mom grabbed his arm. We'll fix this, she said, as she dragged him out. You'll see reason eventually. After they left, I found Grandma's journal again. A page fell out. One I hadn't noticed before. Val, if you're reading this, they've probably called you ungrateful by now. Remember, gratitude is earned, not demanded. And power? Power is taken by those smart enough to wait for the right moment. I watched you grow up wearing a mask of submission while your mind stayed sharp as a razor. Now show them what you can do when the mask comes off. All my love, Grandma. My phone lit up. Landon again. Marcus is talking to reporters. Says he has dirt on the family. I smiled, thinking of the folder I'd compiled on Marcus's own financial fraud. The one I'd sent to his other clients this morning. Let him talk, I texted back. Some people need to learn the hard way that karma has perfect aim. I looked at my treatment schedule for tomorrow, then at the trust accounts I now controlled. Claire's retreat money would cover 3 months of therapy. Funny how things work out. The pieces fell into place during my first chemotherapy session. I was scrolling through emails when I noticed something odd. Login attempts to my trust account from an unfamiliar IP address. Your sister's boyfriend accessed your laptop last month, Landon said when I called him. Remember when Claire borrowed it to check her emails? Marcus. Of course. I pulled up the security logs while the chemo dripped into my veins. There it was. Multiple file transfers during the 15 minutes Claire had my laptop. He copied everything, I told Landon. Trust documents, account numbers, grandma's letters. That explains how your father's lawyer knew where to look for leverage. Landon's voice hardened. Want me to handle it? No, I have a better idea. I hung up and opened Marcus's influencer management company website. Funny how people who hide secrets often have the most to lose themselves. 3 hours and 1 anonymous tip to the IRS later, Marcus's carefully constructed house of cards began to collapse. My phone buzzed with notifications. Breaking. Major influencer manager accused of tax fraud. Social media agency under investigation for affiliate scheme. Multiple influencers come forward about management scam. Claire called immediately. What did you do to Marcus? Me? Nothing. The IRS, however. He's not answering my calls. The retreat organizers want their deposit back. My sponsors are jumping ship, and now his company is under investigation? Karma's having a busy week. She hesitated. He said he had dirt on you, from your laptop. I know. Tell him thanks for that, by the way. It helped me figure out exactly where to point the auditors. Claire's voice cracked. I didn't know he was going to save it. You knew exactly what you were doing when you let him access my computer. A commotion erupted in the background of Claire's call. I heard Mom's voice. The bank is on the phone. Everything's frozen. I have to go, Claire said quickly. Mom's having some kind of breakdown. I ended the call and checked the news again. Marcus's company was trending, and not in a good way. Former clients were coming forward with stories of manipulation, hidden fees, and fraudulent brand deals. Landon texted, Marcus just tried to access the trust accounts again. Amateur. Block him permanently, I replied, and send everything to his other clients. My phone rang. Dad. For God's sake, he pleaded, keep the family name out of this scandal. Your mother can't take much more. Should have thought about scandals before you built Claire's career on fake numbers. We can make a deal, whatever you want. I laughed. I already have what I want, control. People are talking. Our reputation is exactly as real as Claire's follower count. He hung up. Seconds later, my phone exploded with notifications. Claire had gone live again. And I know people are saying things, but my numbers are totally real. Well, mostly real. I mean, everyone buys some followers, right? And okay, maybe some of the brand deals weren't exactly, but that's Marcus's fault. He handled everything. The comments were ruthless. Caught in 4K. Rich girl fake life exposed. This family drama is better than Netflix. A text from Landon. Your mom just tried to access her emergency credit line. Declined. Then breaking news. Luxury influencer Claire admits to fraud. Everyone does it. My nurse came to unhook my IV. All done for today. How are you feeling? Better than my family, I smiled. Outside the hospital, I checked my email one last time. A message from Marcus. We should talk. I have documents that could hurt you. I forwarded it to my lawyer with one line. Add witness tampering to the IRS report. My phone buzzed again. Mom had texted a single line. You've destroyed everything. No, I thought. I just showed everyone what was already broken. I drove past our family home on my way back to my apartment. Mom's precious imported roses were wilting. No gardener since the accounts froze. Dad's luxury car was missing from the driveway. Probably at the dealership, trying to sell it for quick cash. Claire's latest live stream was still going, but the tears looked real this time. And I don't know what I'm going to do. Marcus won't call back, my sponsors are gone, and my own sister. I turned it off and opened Grandma's journal instead. The truth isn't always pretty, Val, but it's always worth showing. Let them see themselves clearly, even if it hurts. My phone lit up with a final notification. Influencer Management Agency CEO Marcus steps down amid federal investigation. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just exposing lies, it's watching truth do the work for you. The foreclosure notice arrived on a Tuesday. I watched from my car as Mom crumpled against the front door, the official paper shaking in her manicured hands. Dad's business had finally collapsed under the weight of frozen assets and unpaid loans. My phone buzzed. Claire. Marcus ghosted me. I'm living in his apartment, but he's not answering calls. Please, I need help. I clicked ignore and opened my email. The foundation paperwork was ready. All it needed was my signature. The Gianna Mason Foundation for Autoimmune Research and Support, I read aloud, savoring each word. Landon's car pulled up beside mine. Ready for this? Almost. I watched as Dad arrived home, his once pristine suit wrinkled. He helped Mom up, both of them looking decades older than they had a month ago. They're selling the artwork, Landon reported, and Mom's designer bags still won't cover half their debts. My phone lit up with notifications. Claire had posted again. Life update, moving back home. Sometimes we have to be humble and restart. Blessed Hostasher growth. Your family first. The comments were merciless. Didn't your family lose everything? Back to reality check. Karma came collecting. She doesn't know they're being foreclosed, I told Landon. Should be an interesting homecoming. We drove to the foundation's new offices, formerly Grandma's estate building. The banner was ready to be unveiled, and reporters were gathering. Your family's here, Landon whispered as we walked in. They stood in the lobby, Mom, Dad, and Claire. They looked like extras from a tragedy play. Mom's roots showing through her expensive dye job, Dad's shoulders slumped, Claire's designer clothes wrinkled from living out of a suitcase. What is this? Dad demanded, but his voice lacked its usual authority. The future of Grandma's money, I said. The one you all thought you controlled. The foundation's director stepped forward. We're ready for the announcement, Ms. Valentina. Claire grabbed my arm. Please, I lost everything. My followers, my sponsors, my boyfriend. I had to move out of Marcus's place today. I need what I needed? I cut her off. When I was dying and you took my medical fund for your fake influencer lifestyle? I didn't know about your condition, about Marcus stealing from your laptop, about any of it. But you knew about the medical fund. You all did. Mom stepped forward. We can fix this. As a family. Family? I laughed. Let me show you what family really means. I nodded to the director. The banner unfurled. The Gianna Mason Foundation for Autoimmune Research and Support, providing hope and treatment for those failed by their support systems. Dad's face went ash white. That money, all of it? Every penny that would have funded another year of Claire's fake life is now funding real treatment for people like me. I turned to the gathering crowd of reporters. People whose families chose appearances over survival. You can't? Dad started. Actually, I can, and I did. Grandma made sure of that. The cameras started flashing as I stepped up to the podium. Mom sank into a chair. Claire stood frozen. And Dad. Dad finally looked at me. Really looked at me, maybe for the first time. My name is Valentina, I began, facing the reporters. And I'm here to tell you about medical discrimination, family betrayal, and how one woman's foresight is changing lives. The story poured out, all of it. The medical fund, the gaslighting, the years of being dismissed as dramatic, while Claire was glorified. With each word, I watched my family shrink smaller. The Foundation's first initiative, I concluded, will provide full treatment funding for 50 patients with autoimmune conditions. paid for by what was once called the Claire Fund in my family's budget. The reporters erupted with questions. Through the chaos, I heard Claire's broken whisper. I never meant. I didn't think. That's the problem, I told her. You never did. Security arrived to escort my family out. As they left, Mom turned back one last time. We're still your family. No, I said quietly. You're my cautionary tale. Later, watching the news coverage with Landon, I felt strangely empty. Not sad, not triumphant, just free. Your grandmother would be proud, he said, showing me the foundation's website. Donation offers were already pouring in. My phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Saw the news. I have lupus too. Thank you for fighting back. You're not alone. Then another. And another. Messages from people like me, finally seeing their stories reflected back. I thought of Claire's empty Instagram feed, Dad's vacant office, Mom's unused credit cards. All the hollow things they'd chosen over me. No, I replied to the text. None of us are alone anymore. Sometimes the best revenge isn't destroying your enemies. It's building something beautiful from the ruins they left behind. The last box from my parents' house sat unopened in Grandma's study, now my office at the foundation. Through the window, I watched autumn leaves scatter across the courtyard, where construction workers were installing a new accessibility ramp. My phone buzzed. Claire had posted her first TikTok in weeks. My truth about family toxicity. The comments were disabled. Ready for your treatment? Landon asked from the doorway. Almost. Just need to finish this. I opened the box. Inside lay childhood photos, report cards, and at the bottom, my old diary. The one Mom had called dramatic and attention-seeking. A knock at my door interrupted my thoughts. Sarah, our foundation's first grant recipient, stood there with her IV pole. Sorry to bother you, she said, but I wanted to show you something. She held up her phone. Claire's TikTok was playing. And yes, I had everything, but I never saw what it cost others. My sister needed medical treatment while I was buying followers and faking brand deals. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking other influencers to check their privilege. She's actually admitting it, Sarah said. Your story helped me stand up to my own family about my lupus treatment. My phone rang. Mom, what do you want? I answered. I'm selling my wedding ring, she said quietly, for the foundation's donation drive. Keep it. We don't need. Please, she interrupted. Let me do one right thing. I hung up and opened my laptop. Dad had emailed, I found your old Yale acceptance letter while clearing out the house. I was wrong. About everything. The new apartment is small, but if you ever want to talk, delete. Your next treatment's scheduled, Landon reminded me. The clinical trial results are looking good. I picked up Grandma's journal one last time. A photo fell out, young me playing chess while Claire posed for cameras in the background. Ms. Valentina? My assistant poked her head in. The support group is waiting, and reporters want comments on Marcus's guilty plea. Tell them karma speaks for itself. Sarah smiled. That should be the foundation's motto. My phone lit up again. A text from Claire. Moving to Seattle. Starting over. For real this time. No filters. I didn't reply. Instead, I walked to the support group meeting room. 20 people with IV poles and tired eyes looked back at me. Real people. Real stories. No Instagram filters. Welcome, I said. Let's talk about being heard when everyone says you're just being dramatic. The session ran long. Nobody minded. These were people who understood what it meant to fight invisible battles while families looked away. Afterward, Landon found me in Grandma's study again. Your mother's ring sold at auction, he said. Enough to fund 3 more treatments. Add it to the general fund, I replied. No earmarks. And Claire's TikTok is trending. People are calling it a wake-up call for influencer culture. I finally opened my old diary. The first page read, Nobody believes me when I say I'm sick. Maybe I'm crazy like they say. You're not crazy, Sarah said from the doorway. None of us are. My phone buzzed one last time. Dad again. The house sells tomorrow. Found this in the attic. The attached photo showed a chess trophy. My first win. Claire's pageant crowns had always hidden it on the shelf. I closed the diary and faced my reflection in Grandma's old mirror. No more hiding. No more doubting. Ready for treatment? Landon asked again. Yes, I said. And after that we have grant applications to review. Sarah wheeled her IV pole closer. Can I help? Someone should represent the crazy dramatic ones. I laughed. Real laughter. Not the kind I used to practice to please my family. You know what Grandma would say? I picked up her chess set from the desk. Sometimes the quietest pieces on the board make the biggest moves. Your family? Landon asked carefully. Will you ever? They're learning what I learned, I said, setting up the chess pieces. Sometimes losing everything shows you what you really had. Sarah studied the board. Queen's opening? Always, I smiled. It's the piece everyone underestimates until it's too late. Outside, more leaves fell. More patients arrived. More stories waited to be heard. I moved my queen across the board. Sometimes winning isn't about the game you're playing. It's about changing the rules everyone took for granted. And sometimes the best endings aren't about forgiveness. They're about finding your own voice in the silence where apologies should have been. Checkmate.
$80 doesn't buy much these days. I stared at the crisp bills Tyson had placed on the kitchen counter, arranged in a neat fan like he was doing me some grand favor. My weekly allowance, as if I were a child getting pocket money instead of a 38-year-old woman trying to feed two adults. My name is Paula, and this morning marked the 127th time I'd had to ask my husband for grocery money. Yes, I counted. You start keeping track of these things when every dollar becomes a power play. Remember to budget better this time, Tyson said, adjusting his designer tie in the hallway mirror. Last week, you went over by $12. I bit my tongue, remembering the reason. He'd invited his friend Brian over for dinner without warning, and I'd had to stretch the meals. Actually, about that, the kitchen faucet is leaking again. Could we? Paula! He turned, giving me that look, the one that made me feel 2 inches tall. We talked about this. Times are tight. We need to be careful with expenses. Right, careful with expenses, like his new golf clubs last month, or the business dinners that seemed to multiply every week. But I swallowed my retort, watching him stride out to his BMW, the same car he'd bought without consulting me, using our joint savings. My phone buzzed, my sister Faith calling for our morning check-in. Let me guess, she said when I answered. It's allowance day. Ding, ding, ding. Winner gets to try feeding 2 people on pocket change. Paula, this isn't normal. You know that, right? Mark and I had our issues before the divorce, but he never controlled money like this. I sighed, pulling up the household budget spreadsheet Tyson insisted I maintain. He says we're tight on funds. The market's unstable. His business needs cash flow. And you believe him? Faith's voice sharpened. Have you ever actually seen the accounts? All of them? I paused, realizing I hadn't. Not in years. He handles the finances, says I'm not good with money. Because he tells you that, repeatedly, while controlling every penny you spend. Faith's eye roll was audible. When was the last time you checked your joint account? My stomach churned. I should probably do that. You think? Listen, I'm meeting my lawyer friend Sophia for lunch tomorrow. Come with us, just to talk. Faith? I can't. Tyson would what? It's lunch, not a bank heist. After we hung up, I sat at the computer, telling myself I was just looking for an old grocery receipt to justify last week's overspending. But my fingers typed in our online banking password instead. Access, denied, changed. I tried another combination. Success. The joint checking account showed the usual pattern. My old marketing job's retirement fund deposit from years ago, Tyson's regular transfers out, bill payments. Nothing suspicious, but a notification popped up. Tyson's work email was still logged in on our shared laptop. I shouldn't look. I shouldn't. Subject: Vegas trip. Confirmation: Bellagio suite package. Dear Mr. Shepherd, thank you for your reservation. I clicked it. 5 nights, luxury suite, premium dining package, golf course access. Total cost: more than my entire year's worth of allowances. The room spun. Times are tight, he said. We need to be careful with expenses, he said. The leaky faucet would have cost maybe $100 to fix. Another email caught my eye. From Brian. Can't wait for Vegas, man. Paula has no clue, right? Better keep it that way, considering what happened last time. Last time? What last time? My hand shook as I opened our old tax returns, stored in the desktop's documents folder. Something wasn't adding up, literally. The numbers Tyson showed me monthly never matched these figures, not even close. The front door clicked. He was home early. I quickly closed everything, heart pounding. Hey, honey, he called out. Quick question. Did you move any money around in the accounts? Some weird notification came up. I thought of the $80 on the counter, of the leaky faucet, of Vegas. No, I said, voice steady. Must be a glitch. You know I never touch the accounts. I'm not good with money, remember? He smiled, patting my shoulder as he passed. That's my gal. Always honest. I watched him walk upstairs, my hands clenched under the desk. Honest. Right. Well, honey, that makes one of us. My phone buzzed again. Faith. So, lunch tomorrow. Sophia's really good at financial advice. I looked at the $80, at the Vegas confirmation, at my reflection in the dark computer screen. You know what? Count me in. A Vegas trip? I kept my voice casual over dinner, watching Tyson's fork pause halfway to his mouth. Brian mentioned something about it at the barbecue. The lie slipped out easily. No barbecue, no mention, but I needed to see his reaction. Just a quick business thing, he said, resuming eating. Boring stuff. Man stuff? You wouldn't be interested. 5 nights at the Bellagio sounds pretty interesting to me. His head snapped up. The mask slipped for just a second before that condescending smile appeared. Been snooping through my emails, Paula? It was open on our shared laptop. I stabbed a piece of chicken. Funny how there's money for luxury suites, but not for fixing the faucet. You wouldn't understand the complexities of business networking. He reached across the table, patting my hand. This is why I handle the finances, sweetheart. You get emotional about money. I pulled my hand away. Right, emotional. Like when you bought your BMW without telling me? Or when you said we couldn't afford my mum's cancer treatments last year, so I had to beg Faith for help. That was different. How much is in our accounts, Tyson? All of them. He stood up, plate in hand. I'm not having this conversation. You're being hysterical. Hysterical? Because I asked about our joint finances. Our finances are fine. I manage them. End of discussion. He dropped his plate in the sink with a clatter. I have a late meeting. Don't wait up. After he left, I called Faith. He's at a late meeting, I told her again. Perfect timing. Get your laptop. I'm coming over with reinforcements. 20 minutes later, Faith arrived with Sophia, who turned out to be a sharp-eyed woman in her late 30s, with the kind of confidence I'd lost somewhere between I do and weekly allowances. Financial abuse is more common than you'd think, Sophia said, reviewing the documents I'd gathered. But this is methodical. Look at these transfers. She pointed to a pattern of money moving between accounts, always just under amounts that would trigger notifications. There's at least one hidden account, Faith added. Probably more. How do you know? I asked, because I hired a forensic accountant after you mentioned the cancer treatments. David's been tracking things quietly. Faith pulled out a folder. You're not going to like what he found. She was right. I didn't like it. Not the secret savings account in both our names that I'd never seen. Not the suspicious transfers to his secretary, Natasha. Not the steady draining of my retirement fund that he'd promised to invest. Classic pattern, Sophia said. Isolate, control, gaslight, make you doubt your own financial competence while systematically hiding assets. What can I do? Sophia's smile was razor-sharp. Well, since you're named on that secret savings account, we can start by freezing it. Then we'll... The front door opened. Tyson's voice carried from the hallway. Paula, why is Faith's car outside? Sisters' night, Faith called back cheerfully, while Sophia silently gathered the papers. Hope you don't mind me stealing her. He appeared in the doorway, eyes narrowing at Sophia. And you are? Just leaving? Sophia said smoothly, standing. Paula, thanks for the recipe. Faith, see you at yoga. After they left, Tyson turned to me. New friend? Faith's friend, I said. We were discussing recipes. He studied me. You're not still upset about Vegas, are you? It's important for the business. Of course not, I smiled, thinking of those account numbers. I trust you completely with money. You know that. He relaxed, back to his patronizing self. That's my girl, always understanding. He kissed my forehead. I'm heading to bed. Big day tomorrow. Sweet dreams, I called after him, my smile never wavering. My phone buzzed with a text from Sophia. Tomorrow, 9 a.m, my office. Bring every financial document you can find. Time to play hardball. Another from Faith. David's ready when you are. Just say the word. I thought about all the times Tyson had patted my head, called me emotional, insisted I couldn't handle money. About Mum's treatments, about $80 allowances while he planned luxury Vegas trips. My reply was simple. I'm ready. One last text came through. From Brian to Tyson, but still logged on our shared iPad. Vegas, baby, just like old times. Natasha confirmed she's handling the special arrangements again. I took a deep breath, saved a screenshot, and headed upstairs. Tyson was already snoring, secure in his world of secrets and control. Sweet dreams indeed, honey, I whispered. Enjoy them while they last. Tomorrow would be a very big day indeed, just not the kind he was expecting. The router's acting up again, I announced over breakfast, watching Tyson's reflection in the toaster as I fiddled with my phone. Did you mess with the settings? He sighed, that familiar note of condescension creeping in. You know, technology isn't your strong suit. Must be the weather, I said, knowing full well I'd changed the Wi-Fi password last night. No more access to our shared cloud storage for him. I'll figure it out. As soon as his BMW disappeared down the driveway, I got to work. Amazing how much evidence you can gather when your husband thinks you're too stupid to operate a scanner. Every receipt, every bank statement, every suspicious email, copied, dated, organized. My phone buzzed. David, Faith's accountant friend. Found something interesting, he said without preamble. Those transfers to Natasha, they're coded as business expenses, but they're going to a personal account. How personal? Joint account, opened 3 years ago. My hand shook as I wrote it down. 3 years ago, right when Tyson started insisting we couldn't afford for me to keep my marketing job because one of us needs to manage the household. There's more, David continued. He's been moving your retirement fund money through shell accounts. Classic tax evasion scheme. Can you prove it? Already documenting everything. Sophia will have a field day with this. Speaking of Natasha, I grabbed my keys. Time to pay Tyson's office a visit. The receptionist smiled when I walked in. "Mrs. Shepherd, what a surprise!" "Just dropping off some documents Tyson forgot," I said, patting my bag. "Is his secretary around?" "Natasha? She's at lunch. With Mr. Shepherd, actually." Of course she was. I waited in my car, watching the restaurant across the street. They emerged an hour later, Tyson's hand lingering just a bit too long on her lower back. My phone captured every second. "Got your proof?" Faith asked when I called her. "Enough to make a divorce lawyer salivate?" I pulled into our driveway. But that's not even the worst part. What is? I remember her now. From 3 years ago, that business trip to Miami. The one Tyson said I couldn't attend because it was too expensive. Oh, God. Yeah, found the hotel receipts. 2 rooms, connecting doors. Guess who was in the other room? Faith's curse would have made a sailor blush. That's absolute... Save it, I cut her off, hearing Tyson's car. He's home. Time for Act 3. I was in the kitchen when he walked in humming, happy from his lunch date, no doubt. "Productive meeting?" I asked innocently. "Very." He loosened his tie. "Hey, did you get the router fixed?" "Working on it. How's Natasha?" He froze for just a fraction of a second. "What about her?" "Just wondering. Saw you at lunch. That new Italian place looks nice." "Business lunch?" he said quickly. "Budget reviews." "Funny place for budgets." I stirred the pasta sauce. "Isn't that where you took me for our anniversary, before money got tight?" His face darkened. "Are you spying on me?" "Spying? No, honey." I smiled sweetly. "I'm being a dutiful wife, taking an interest in your work. Isn't that what you wanted, when you convinced me to quit my job?" "Paula, speaking of jobs, remember that marketing campaign I designed? The one that won an industry award?" I pulled out my old portfolio. "Found it while cleaning today. Brought back memories." "Ancient history," he snapped. "You agreed staying home was better." "Did I agree, or did you make it impossible not to?" His phone rang. "Brian." I heard snippets. "Vegas? Arrangements? Natasha handling?" "I need to take this," Tyson said, heading upstairs. My phone buzzed with a text from David. "Found the smoking gun. Hidden trust fund. Established before your marriage. He never disclosed it. That's illegal. Meeting tomorrow?" Another from Sophia. "Everything's ready. Say when." I looked at the portfolio in my hands, remembering the woman I used to be, the one who earned her own money, made her own decisions, didn't ask permission for groceries. Upstairs, Tyson laughed about something with Brian, probably congratulating himself on another day of successful manipulation. "When?" I texted back to Sophia, then to Faith. "Tell David to bring everything tomorrow, all of it." One last message popped up, from Natasha to Tyson, misdirected to our shared iPad. "Vegas arrangements confirmed. Same as Miami. She'll never know." I saved the screenshot, added it to my evidence folder, and stirred the pasta sauce. Let him laugh. Let him plan. Let him think he's won. Tomorrow would change everything. The elevator doors opened to Tyson's office floor, and I straightened my blazer, the one I'd kept from my marketing days. Amazing how armor can look like business casual. "Mrs. Shepherd," Natasha's voice was pure ice as I approached her desk. "What a surprise! Mr. Shepherd is in meetings all day." "Oh, I know." I placed a manila envelope on her desk. "These are for you, actually." She raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. "For me?" "Just some photographs. Miami, 3 years ago. That little Italian place from yesterday." I leaned in, dropping my voice. "You really should be more careful with hotel receipts." The colour drained from her face. "I don't know what I'm talking about. Save it. I'm not here for a confrontation." I straightened up. Just wanted to see you for myself. The woman worth throwing away 17 years of marriage for. She glanced at the envelope, then back at me. It's not what you think. No. I pulled out my phone, showing her the bank statements. So, these transfers to your joint account. That's not what I think either. That's complicated. Life's full of complications, isn't it? Like explaining to the IRS why business expenses are going into personal accounts. I turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Natasha. Vegas won't be happening. Not this time. The elevator ride down was surreal. In the mirrored walls, I caught glimpses of someone I barely recognized. Someone stronger than the woman who'd accepted $80 allowances and patted head dismissals. Faith was waiting in her car outside. How'd it go? She asked as I buckled in. She's scared. Not of me, of what I know. Good. That'll make her sloppy. Now, ready for phase 2? Phase 2 meant a trip to the post office, where I rented a P.O. box under my maiden name. Then, to the bank, where a sympathetic manager helped me open a separate account. Financial independence is crucial, she said, processing my paperwork. Especially in situations like yours. Back home, I found Tyson pacing in the kitchen, phone pressed to his ear. What do you mean, acting weird? He was saying. Did she? No, that's impossible. She doesn't know anything. Yes, I'm sure. Look, just keep it professional until Vegas, okay? He hung up, startling when he saw me. Paula, how long have you been standing there? Just got home. Everything okay? Fine. He rubbed his neck. Work stuff. You wouldn't understand. Try me. It's complicated. Like Miami was complicated. The words slipped out before I could stop them. His face went through a rapid series of expressions. Surprise, fear, anger, finally settling on condescension. Honey, what are you talking about? Nothing. I forced a smile. Just tired. Think I'll lie down. He relaxed visibly. Good idea. You seem stressed lately. Maybe we should increase your yoga budget. As if he hadn't cut my yoga budget to 0 last month. Upstairs, I heard him on the phone again. Brian? Yeah, false alarm. Paula doesn't suspect anything. Everything's set for Thursday. No, she's clueless as always. My phone buzzed with messages. Sophia. Papers ready? David's evidence is solid. Green light whenever you're ready. Faith. Bank account active. P.O. box keys secured. No trace to home address. David. Found 6 more hidden accounts, all documented. He's going down. And then, surprisingly, from Natasha. We need to talk. Not what you think. There's more. I stared at that last one for a long time. More? What could be worse than secret accounts, hidden trusts, and 3 years of hotel receipts? Tyson's voice drifted up. Everything's perfect, Mom. Paula's finally learned her place. No more career nonsense, no more independent ideas. I thought of the blazer I was wearing, of my award-winning marketing campaigns, of the woman in the elevator mirrors who refused to be anyone's puppet anymore. Tomorrow, I texted Sophia. First thing. To Natasha. Starbucks, 7 a.m., come alone. To Faith. It's time. Downstairs, Tyson was still talking. Vegas will be perfect, just like old times. Paula doesn't suspect a thing. I opened my laptop, logging into our now frozen joint accounts one last time. In 48 hours, he'd be at the Bellagio trying to check in with cancelled cards and frozen funds. In 48 hours and 1 minute, he'd realised his clueless wife had outplayed him at his own game. But first, I had a coffee date with his secretary. Something told me Natasha was ready to do some talking of her own. I touched the blazer's collar, remembering the woman who used to wear it proudly. Time to bring her back. You're early, Natasha said, sliding into the seat across from me at Starbucks. No makeup, dark circles under her eyes. She looked nothing like the polished secretary from yesterday. Spill. I pushed a coffee toward her. What's more? She pulled out her phone, hands shaking. First, you need to know, I never slept with him. Those hotel rooms, they were for others. Others? Girls, young ones, Vegas, Miami, business trips. She showed me photos. I was the coordinator, setting up entertainment for his clients. My stomach lurched. The coffee turned to acid in my throat. You're telling me my husband is running a high-end escort service through the company? Yeah, that's where the money really goes. She laughed bitterly. The joint account, that's hush money. He's got dirt on me too. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. Sophia, it's done, she said when I answered. All cards frozen, accounts locked, divorce papers filed. David's evidence is with the DA's office. Change of plans, I said, looking at Natasha. We need to add something. Already on it, Natasha cut in, pulling out a USB drive. Every transaction, every girl, every client, I've been documenting everything. My phone buzzed again. Faith. He's leaving for the airport. Brian just picked him up. Perfect timing. Send everything to this email, I told Natasha, scribbling Sophia's address. Then get somewhere safe. Back home, I poured myself a glass of wine and opened my laptop. Time to watch the show. First card decline came at 9:47 a.m, airport check-in. Second at 9:49 a.m. Backup card, third at 9:52 a.m, business account. My phone exploded with notifications. Tyson. What did you do? Brian. What the hell is going on? Tyson's mother. How dare you embarrass my son? I ignored them all, watching through the airport's security cameras. Thank you, David, as Tyson had a meltdown at the check-in counter. His face turned redder with each declined card. Ma'am, the Bellagio's manager called. Mr. Shepherd's reservation has been cancelled as requested. His guests have been notified. Thank you. I sipped my wine. And the other matter? Police are aware of the situation. They're very interested in those financial records. By noon, Tyson's carefully constructed house of cards was burning. His phone must have been exploding too. Angry clients, scared girls, panicked conspirators. He burst through the front door at 2 p.m., face contorted with rage. You stupid bitch, he roared. What have you done? Me? I didn't move from my chair. I'm just a simple housewife who doesn't understand money, remember? The accounts, the cards, everything's frozen. Fascinating. Almost like someone who's named on those accounts finally decided to pay attention. He lunged forward, but Faith stepped out from the kitchen, phone raised. I wouldn't. Police are already on their way. Police? He laughed desperately. For what? Tax fraud, I said calmly. Money laundering? Running an illegal escort service? Take your pick. The colour drained from his face. How did you... Natasha says hi. She's very cooperative when she's scared. You don't understand, he tried, switching to his patronising tone. This is business. Complex business. You're emotional. Save it. I stood up as police sirens wailed in the distance. I understand perfectly. So does the DA. I'll destroy you, he snarled. You're nothing without me. No, honey. I handed him an envelope. Divorce papers. I was nothing with you. That's the difference. The police arrived with perfect timing. 2 officers I recognised. Faith's friends, briefed in advance. They were surprisingly gentle with the handcuffs. Mrs. Shepherd, one turned to me. We'll need your statement. It's Miss Hill, actually. I smiled at Tyson's shocked face. I'm reclaiming my name, along with everything else you stole. As they led him out, my phone buzzed one last time. Sophia, judge granted emergency asset freeze. House is yours. Bank accounts recovered. Want to hear something funny? What? His precious Vegas suite? I booked it. For you and Faith. Time for a real sister's trip. I looked at the wine in my hand, at Faith filming everything, at Tyson being placed in a police car. All those years of $80 allowances, of being patted on the head, of, you wouldn't understand. Turns out, I understood just fine. Vegas sounds perfect, I texted back, but first I need to fix a leaky faucet. You've ruined everything. Tyson's mother burst into my kitchen the next morning, waving papers. Do you know what people are saying? What this will do to his reputation? His reputation? I poured coffee calmly. You mean the one he built trafficking girls through his business? She faltered for a moment before rallying. Lies. My son would never save it. I slid a folder across the counter. Bank statements, hotel receipts, witness statements. Your precious boy's been busy. These must be fake. But her hands trembled as she flipped through the pages. Ask Natasha. She's talking to the FBI right now. The doorbell rang. Sophia arriving for our morning meeting. Perfect timing. Mrs. Shepherd, she nodded to Tyson's mother. I see you've received our evidence package. You can't do this to my family. Your family? I laughed. Where was this concern when Tyson denied helping with my mother's cancer treatments? When he forced me to quit my career? When he was protecting you? Women like you need guidance with money. Women like me? I stood up. You mean successful marketing executives who gave up everything because their husbands manipulated them? Paula, Sophia touched my arm. The DA's waiting. Tyson's mother blocked the door. You're not going anywhere. This ends now. You're right. I pulled out my phone. It does end now. Want to see how? I played the video. Tyson's airport meltdown. His rage when the cards declined. His threats when he came home. Then, the security footage Natasha provided, showing him escorting young girls through hotel lobbies. Still want to defend him? I asked quietly. She sank into a chair, aged 10 years in 10 seconds. I didn't know. Yes, you did. You just didn't want to see it. My phone buzzed. Faith was at the police station. Tyson's asking for a deal, she texted. He's scared. Good, Sophia said, reading over my shoulder. Let him squirm. We have enough evidence to bury him. Evidence? Tyson's mother whispered. What evidence? Tax fraud spanning 7 years. Illegal escort service. Money laundering. Sophia ticked off points on her fingers. And that's just the criminal charges. Wait until we get to the divorce proceedings. Another text from Faith. Brian's talking. Says Tyson forced him to help hide money. Wants immunity. They're all turning on each other, I mused. Honor among thieves? Paula, please. Tyson's mother grabbed my hand. He's my only son. We can work something out. Like he worked things out with those girls, or with my mother's medical bills. I pulled away. No deals. The doorbell rang again. David, this time, carrying more files. Found 3 more accounts, he announced. Cayman Islands, Switzerland, Dubai. He noticed Tyson's mother. Oh, awkward. Those are personal accounts, she blurted. Family money. Sophia's eyes gleamed. Family money he never disclosed during the marriage. That's fraud, Mrs. Shepherd. More charges to add. My phone lit up with a call. Tyson. Paula, baby, please, he begged. I can explain everything. The girls, the money. It's not what you think. I was protecting you by trafficking teenagers. Business, entertainment. Everyone does it. Goodbye, Tyson. Wait, I'll give you anything. The house, the cars, full alimony. Too late. I hung up, blocked his number. His mother was crying now. He's sick. He needs help. He needs consequences, I corrected, for once in his life. Another text from Faith. Police want your statement. Ready? I looked around my kitchen, at the evidence scattered across counters, at Tyson's mother's crumpled form, at Sophia and David preparing for battle. Ready, I replied. Paula, Tyson's mother tried one last time. Think about what you're doing to our family. I am thinking about family. I grabbed my keys. I'm thinking about my mother fighting cancer alone because your son hoarded money for his escort service. I'm thinking about those girls' families, wondering where their daughters went. I'm thinking about every family he destroyed while you looked the other way. She had no response to that. Outside, Faith waited in her car. You okay? Never better. I buckled up, watching Tyson's mother shuffle to her car in defeat. Let's go make a statement. About the money? Faith pulled away from the curb. About everything. I touched the folder in my lap. Evidence of years of abuse, fraud, and crimes. Time for the whole truth to come out. My phone buzzed one last time. Natasha. FBI wants to talk. I'm telling them everything. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, I texted back. Be thorough. The truth was finally breaking free, and no amount of maternal pleading or desperate phone calls could stop it now. The courthouse hallway buzzed with whispers as I walked in. 3 months since Tyson's arrest, and the media circus hadn't died down. Prominent businessman's double life made for juicy headlines. Ready? Sophia squeezed my shoulder. Born ready. I straightened my blazer, the same one I'd worn to confront Natasha, now my power armor. Inside, Tyson sat with his legal team, looking smaller in his orange jumpsuit. His eyes locked onto mine, pleading. I looked right through him. All rise, the bailiff called. The judge, a stern-faced woman in her 60s, reviewed her papers. Quite the mess we have here, councillors. Your Honour, Tyson's lawyer started. My client... Save it, she cut him off. I've reviewed the evidence. The FBI reports are disturbing. Natasha took the stand first. Gone was the polished secretary, replaced by someone who looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Mr. Shepherd approached me 3 years ago, she testified. Said if I helped coordinate his entertainment services, he'd pay off my mother's medical debts. And these services involved? Recruiting girls, college students mostly, sometimes younger. Her voice cracked. He said it was just escort work, but I watched Tyson's face as she detailed everything. The hotels, the clients, the threats when anyone got scared. His mask finally cracked when she mentioned the offshore accounts. That's lies, he shouted. She's trying to save herself. Mr. Shepherd, the judge warned, control yourself. Brian testified next, throwing his old friend under the bus to save his own skin. Tyson handled everything. The money, the girls, the cover-ups. We just followed orders. And Mrs. Shepherd? He kept her in the dark, laughed about it, said controlling her money kept her docile. My hands clenched under the table. Faith, sitting behind me, touched my shoulder. David presented his financial evidence next. Spreadsheets, transfers, hidden accounts. Classic money laundering structure, he explained, using the escort service to clean illegal funds. Objection, Tyson's lawyer jumped up. Speculation. Overruled, the judge said. Continue. The evidence mounted. Text messages, hotel footage, bank records, each piece another nail in Tyson's coffin. Then came the bombshell. Your Honour, Sophia stood. We've just received new evidence. She handed over a flash drive. Miss Kelly wasn't the only employee Mr. Shepherd blackmailed. His former assistant came forward this morning. The courtroom screen lit up with emails, dozens of them. Tyson threatening employees, destroying careers, using company funds to silence witnesses. That's privileged information, Tyson's lawyer protested. Not anymore, the judge replied. These were submitted to the FBI's ongoing investigation. My phone buzzed. A text from Natasha. More witnesses coming forward. It's over. Tyson must have sensed it too. He leapt up, pointing at me. She's lying. She knew everything. She's trying to steal my money. Your money? I finally spoke, voice steady. You mean our money? The money you used to traffic girls while I begged for grocery money? Order! The judge banged her gavel. Mr. Shepherd, sit down. Paula, please, he tried again. Baby, we can work this out. The defendant will be silent, the judge snapped. Now, regarding the divorce settlement. Sophia stood. Given the evidence of financial abuse and criminal activity, we request full asset forfeiture and maximum punitive damages. Your Honor, Tyson's lawyer attempted, my client's business is forfeit, the judge finished, along with all personal assets. The FBI has priority on criminal charges, but regarding the divorce, she turned to me. Ms. Hill, the house and all unfrozen accounts are yours. Full separation granted, with restraining order approved. I heard Tyson's mother sob from somewhere behind me. As for criminal charges, the judge continued, that's for another court, but I'm ordering all evidence transferred to the FBI's Human Trafficking Division. Tyson slumped in his chair, defeated. Outside, reporters swarmed, but Faith and Sophia formed a protective barrier. How does it feel? Someone shouted. Taking down your husband's empire? I paused at the courthouse steps. It feels like justice, not just for me, but for every girl he exploited, every employee he threatened, every life he tried to control. My phone buzzed again, this time from my old marketing firm. Saw the news. Position still open if you're interested. Faith read over my shoulder. Look at that. Full circle. Ms. Hill, another reporter, any message for your ex-husband? I thought about the $80 allowances, the patted head, the controlled life. Yes, I said clearly. Money doesn't make you powerful. Truth does. As we drove away, I watched the courthouse shrink in the rearview mirror. Somewhere inside, Tyson faced his fate. But me? I faced freedom, and it looked a lot like justice. Last box, Faith announced, dropping a container labelled kitchen onto my new apartment's counter. Though why you're keeping his precious budget spreadsheets is beyond me. Oh, I have plans for those. I pulled out the stack of colour-coded papers. Tyson's financial control manifested in Excel format. My phone buzzed, Sophia with updates. Tyson had taken a plea deal, 15 years for trafficking, fraud and money laundering. His empire was ashes, his reputation destroyed. Most importantly, the girls were getting help, their families compensated from seized assets. Ms. Hill? My new marketing team lead poked her head in. Sorry to interrupt your moving day, but we need input on the anti-trafficking campaign. Coming. I grabbed my laptop. After the trial made headlines, my old firm didn't just rehire me. They put me in charge of a major awareness initiative, turning pain into purpose, as Faith called it. Hold up! Faith grabbed the spreadsheets. These need proper disposal. We headed to the building's courtyard, where Faith had already set up a small fire pit. One by one, we fed Tyson's control documents to the flames. Remember this one? I held up a sheet. Grocery, budget, guidelines, with helpful tips like consider fasting and bulk beans are filling. While he spent thousands on escorts, Faith snorted, burn it. The paper curled and blackened in the flames. My phone lit up. Natasha. FBI found more accounts, sending details. Still cleaning up his mess? Faith asked, ill. More like following the money. Each account leads to more victims, more witnesses. I watched another spreadsheet burn. Every dollar he used to control people is now helping them heal. Speaking of healing, Faith pulled out an envelope. Remember that cancer treatment centre that rejected Mum because we couldn't pay? Hard to forget. Well, guess who just got a massive anonymous donation? Enough to fund treatment for 50 patients. I smiled, thinking of the offshore account I'd discovered last week. How mysterious. Paula, my team lead called again. Campaign meeting. Go! Faith waved me off. I'll finish the ceremonial burning. Inside, my new office buzzed with energy. The anti-trafficking campaign was gaining traction, sparked by our story but growing far beyond it. Survivors were coming forward, corporations were changing policies, legislation was being drafted. We have a problem, my assistant said as I sat down. Tyson's mother is in the lobby. Send her up. She looked older, greyer when she walked in. Paula, I needed to say something. I'm listening. I was wrong about everything, the way Tyson treated you, the things he did. She twisted her hands. I enabled him, made excuses, and those girls. Why are you here? To give you this. She handed me a file. Tyson's trust fund, the original one from his grandfather. I was the trustee, but... She straightened her shoulders. I'm signing it over to your foundation, for the victims. I opened the file. 7 figures worth of generational wealth, now redirected to healing the damage it had caused. Thank you, I said simply. She turned to leave, then paused. You know what the worst part is? I gave him an allowance too when he was young, to teach him responsibility. Instead, he learned to use money as a weapon. After she left, Faith texted, Spreadsheets are ashes. What's next? Through my office window, I could see the campaign posters being prepared, stories of survival, resources for victims, warnings about financial abuse. My team was reviewing social media responses, planning outreach programs, coordinating with law enforcement. Next, I texted back, we keep turning weapons into shields. My assistant popped in. Your mother's doctor called. The new treatment protocol is working. Another text buzzed through. From one of Tyson's victims, now in college on a foundation scholarship. Got my business degree, starting a company to help women achieve financial independence. I looked at my desk, where a small frame held my first $80 allowance, preserved as a reminder, not of control, but of breaking free. The fire pit in the courtyard still smouldered, Tyson's spreadsheets nothing but ash. In their place, new spreadsheets filled my computer. Foundation budgets, survivor support funds, campaign metrics. Faith appeared in my doorway. Ready for the shelter opening? I grabbed my blazer, my armor, my victory flag. Ready. Hey, she caught my arm. Remember what you said about grocery money last week? What about it? You bought premium coffee without checking the price. Didn't even flinch. I smiled, remembering the panic such a purchase would have once caused. Freedom tastes better than budget beans. Together we headed out, past the burning spreadsheets, past the campaign posters, toward a future where money meant possibility, not prison. And I didn't check a single price tag along the way.
The text message from Mom glowed on my screen like a tiny bomb. If you can't pull your weight, maybe you shouldn't be living here anymore. My name is Lucille, and I've been paying my parents' mortgage for the past 12 years. Not helping with it, paying it. Every month, like clockwork, while my younger brother Clint gets showered with gifts and praise for existing. I stared at my laptop screen, the spreadsheet swimming before my tired eyes. As a financial analyst, I should have seen the writing on the wall years ago, but family has a way of blinding you to the obvious. Earth to Lucy. Cassandra waved her hand in front of my face. We were supposed to be reviewing quarterly reports, but my mind kept drifting back to last night's disaster of a family dinner. Sorry, Cass. Just thinking about how I asked my parents if I could reduce my monthly contribution to their mortgage. I laughed hollowly. You'd think I'd suggested burning the house down. How much do you give them again? $2,000 every month. Cassandra's coffee cup froze halfway to her mouth. That's insane. You could be paying your own mortgage with that money. Tell that to my mother. I pulled up the text thread. Look what she sent after I suggested cutting back to $1,500 so I could start saving for my own place. Jesus, Cassandra muttered, reading the threat. That's some next-level manipulation. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Clint. Hey, sis, showing Mom and Dad my new Rolex tonight. Coming to dinner? Speaking of manipulation, I muttered, turning my phone face down. That evening, I walked into my parents' house, the house I'd been bankrolling since I was 22, and found Mom polishing the dining room table with unusual vigor. There you are, she said, not looking up. Your father's grilling steaks, the expensive ones, the guilt trip starter kit. Expensive food meant to remind me of their generosity in letting me live here. Dad called from the deck. Lucy, come see what your brother bought. Clint was lounging in one of the patio chairs, his arm extended like a model on The Price is Right, showing off his watch. Pretty sweet, right? Mom and Dad helped me pick it out. Wonderful, I managed, my throat tight. How much help did they give? Now, Lucy, Mom appeared behind me. Don't be bitter. Your brother works very hard. At spending money, I muttered. What was that? Nothing. I forced a smile. Just wondering how the mortgage payment went through this month. Mom's face darkened. About that. We need to talk about your contribution. The payment's gone up again. Gone up? I turned to face her. How? It's a fixed-rate mortgage. Property taxes, Dad chimed in, flipping a steak. And the insurance premium increased. By how much? $500, Mom said smoothly. Starting next month. My head spun. That would bring my monthly payment to $2,500. That's not possible. Show me the statement. Don't you trust us? Mom's voice took on that wounded tone I knew too well. After everything we've done for you? Clint adjusted his watch. Come on, sis. They let you live here practically rent-free. I nearly choked. Rent-free? I've paid over $200,000 toward this house. And we're very grateful, Mom said, her eyes narrowing. But if you're going to be difficult about this, maybe it's time we discussed other living arrangements. The threat hung in the air like smoke. Dad suddenly became very interested in his grilling. Clint smirked behind his phone screen. I need some air, I said, turning toward the door. Lucy, Mom called after me, don't forget, family comes first. I stopped in the doorway, my hand gripping the frame. Funny how that only applies to me. Back in my room, my childhood bedroom I'd never been able to leave because of their financial demands, I pulled out my laptop and opened my banking records. 12 years of transfers, 12 years of family comes first, 12 years of watching Clint get cars, watches, and vacations while I got guilt and demands. My phone lit up with another text from Mom. We're still waiting for you at dinner. Don't be selfish. Selfish, the word they used whenever I tried to keep anything for myself. I'd been the family ATM for so long, I'd forgotten what it felt like to want things for me. Something shifted inside me then, like a key turning in a lock. I opened a new spreadsheet and started typing, my fingers flying across the keys. If they wanted to play with numbers, maybe it was time to show them exactly how well I could count. So, Jasmine and I are thinking Bali for the honeymoon, Clint announced, sprawled across the living room couch. Mom and Dad already offered to cover half. I gripped my coffee mug tighter, watching steam rise in lazy spirals. Another Sunday morning family meeting that felt more like a showcase of everything I couldn't have. That's wonderful, sweetheart, Mom cooed, while Dad nodded approvingly. Lucy, didn't you always want to go to Bali? When I was 23, I said, before I started paying the mortgage. Mom's smile tightened. Speaking of which, here it comes. She pulled out a manila envelope, her hands trembling slightly. Too slightly. I'd seen enough of her performances to recognize the theatrics. "We need to discuss something serious," she said, spreading papers across the coffee table. "The bank sent these notices." I leaned forward, my analyst brain kicking in. "These are foreclosure warnings. Mom, what's going on?" "We've fallen behind," Dad mumbled, suddenly fascinated by his slippers. "Just a few payments." "A few?" I snatched up the papers. "This says you're 6 months behind. How is that possible? I've been sending money every month." Clint stretched, his new watch glinting. "Maybe if you'd pitched in more instead of complaining all the time." "Pitched in more?" My voice cracked. "I've given them over 20 grand just this year." "Now, Lucy," Mom's voice dripped with practiced concern, "if you really loved us, you'd help us through this rough patch. We're family." I stood up, my hands shaking. "Where did the money go? The money I sent for the mortgage. What did you do with it?" Mom's eyes darted to Clint for a fraction of a second. "We had expenses." "Expenses like his watch? His honeymoon?" "Don't be jealous, sis," Clint smirked. "It's not attractive." I grabbed my phone and car keys. "I need to get to work." "But it's Sunday," Mom protested. "Some of us actually work for a living," I snapped, heading for the door. 20 minutes later, I was sitting in Cassandra's kitchen. The foreclosure notices spread between us like evidence at a crime scene. "They used your mortgage payments to fund your brother's lifestyle," Cassandra said flatly, pouring more coffee. "While letting the actual mortgage default?" 12 years, I whispered. 12 years of sacrificing everything, and they were just... what? Treating me like their personal bank? "More like their ATM, Cassandra corrected, then paused. Her eyes got that sharp look they usually got before she presented a winning strategy to our clients. "Wait a minute. The bank's going to sell this debt, right?" "Probably. Why?" "What if..." She leaned forward. "What if you bought their debt instead of paying their bills?" I blinked. "What do you mean? The bank wants their money, right? They don't care who pays it. What if you approach them about taking over the mortgage entirely? You've got perfect credit from all those years of responsible payments." My mind raced with possibilities, but my parents would have to agree to transfer the deed. Cassandra's smile turned wicked. "Not if the bank forecloses first. Then it becomes a matter of who buys the debt. And who would suspect the dutiful daughter?" My phone buzzed. Another text from Mom. "We need to talk about increasing your monthly contribution. Your father and I have been so generous letting you live here. Don't forget that." Generous. Right. "I know someone in the foreclosure department at First National," Cassandra said, reaching for her phone. "His name's Imran. Want me to make a call?" I stared at my mother's text. 12 years of manipulation and guilt washing over me. All those missed opportunities, delayed dreams, and empty savings accounts. All while Clint lived like a prince on my dime. "Make the call." "You sure? Once you start this..." "They're threatening to kick me out anyway," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "Might as well beat them to it." Cassandra dialed, then paused with her finger over the connect button. "Lucy, what they did to you, the manipulation, the financial abuse, it's not okay. You know that, right?" I thought about Clint's smirk, Mom's theatrical trembling hands, Dad's convenient silence. I thought about all the years I'd convinced myself I was helping when really I was just being used. "I know," I said. "That's why I'm done playing their game. If they want to talk numbers, let's talk numbers." Cassandra pressed connect, and the phone started ringing. "Imran? Hi, it's Cassandra Ford. I have a friend here who needs some advice about buying distressed mortgage debt. Can you meet us today?" As she arranged the meeting, I pulled up my banking app and canceled all pending transfers to my parents' account. For the first time in 12 years, I felt something other than obligation when I thought about that house. I felt powerful. Imran's office felt smaller than I expected, but his presence filled the room. He studied the documents spread across his desk, occasionally nodding as he made notes. 6 months of missed payments, he murmured. Multiple warnings issued. And you've been the one actually making payments all these years? Yes, I said, but not directly to the bank. I was sending money to my parents. He looked up, his eyes sharp but kind. And they weren't applying it to the mortgage. Apparently not. Show him the transfer records, Cassandra prompted. I pulled out my phone and opened my banking app. Imran leaned forward, scanning through years of consistent transfers. This is substantial, he said. You've paid enough to own your own home several times over. That's what makes me sick, I admitted. I could have bought 3 houses with what I've given them. Imran sat back, folding his hands. Here's the situation. The property is headed for foreclosure. Once that happens, the bank will sell the debt, usually to investment firms, but... He paused meaningfully. But there's nothing preventing a private buyer from purchasing it. Someone with excellent credit and a proven history of financial responsibility. My heart raced. How would that work? You'd essentially buy out the remaining mortgage debt before it goes to auction. Given your credit history and the documentation you've shown me, I believe we could expedite the process. Cassandra leaned forward. And then? Then she'd own the debt. And when the foreclosure completes, she'd own the house. Without my parents knowing? Imran nodded slowly. All perfectly legal. The bank sends notices to the property owners, but buyers of distressed debt can remain anonymous until they choose to reveal themselves. I thought about Mom's theatrical trembling, Clint's new watch, all those years of guilt and manipulation. How long would it take? Given the documentation you've provided and your financial status, we could probably complete the transfer within 30 days. Do it, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. Imran's expression turned serious. Before you commit, I need to warn you. Once you own it, you'll have the legal right to take possession. But family complications, they're never easy. They're threatening to evict me anyway, I said. At least this way, I'll have control. He pulled out a stack of forms. Very well, let's begin the paperwork. An hour later, I walked out of the bank with a thick folder and a strange lightness in my chest. Cassandra linked her arm through mine. You okay? I think so. It feels surreal. My phone buzzed. Mom again. Where are you? We need to discuss the new payment schedule. Don't ignore your family. Speaking of surreal, I muttered, showing Cassandra the text. How much do you want to bet they're going to demand even more money? No bet. That's exactly what they're going to do. And what are you going to tell them? I smiled, thinking about the papers in my folder. I'm going to tell them exactly what they want to hear. For now. Back at the house, Mom and Dad were waiting in the kitchen. Clint was there too, scrolling through his phone with practiced disinterest. Finally, Mom said, we've been worried sick. Sorry, I replied, keeping my voice neutral. I was at work. On a Sunday? Clint snorted. Someone's desperate for attention. Dad cleared his throat. Lucy, your mother and I have been talking about the mortgage situation. We need you to increase your contribution to $3,000 a month, Mom said, sliding a paper across the table. We've worked out a payment schedule. I picked up the paper, noting how they'd already filled in my banking details. $3,000? It's the least you can do, Mom said. After all we've sacrificed for you. I thought about Imran's warning. Once it's yours, you'll own it in name, but you won't have peace until you're ready to claim it. Of course, I said softly. Whatever you need. Mom blinked, clearly thrown by my easy agreement. Well, good. That's settled then. Just one thing, I added, standing up. I'll need to set up a new transfer schedule. The old one isn't working anymore. What do you mean? Just some banking changes, nothing to worry about. I headed for my room, clutching my folder. I'll take care of everything. Behind me, I heard Clint say, "See? I told you she'd cave. She always does." I closed my bedroom door and pulled out the bank papers. 30 days. In 30 days, I'd show them exactly who was caving. My phone lit up with a text from Cassandra. "Remember, you're not the bad guy here. They made their choices. Now you're making yours." I touched the folder gently, like a talisman. For the first time in years, I felt like I was choosing myself. "A toast." Mom raised her wine glass, the crystal catching the light. "To our family's success." 3 weeks had passed since my meeting with Imran. I sat at our dining room table, watching my family perform their usual roles in this twisted play. Mom, the gracious matriarch, Dad, the proud provider, Clint, the golden child, and me, the family cash machine. "Lucy," Mom's voice cut through my thoughts, "you haven't congratulated your brother properly on his engagement." "Or bought us a gift," Jasmine added, twirling her new diamond ring. I took a careful sip of water. "I've been busy at work." "Always work with you," Mom sighed. "No wonder you're still single. Who wants to date a functional spinster who only cares about her job?" Clint snickered. "Maybe if she spent less time being bitter and more time being social." "I think Lucy's career is admirable," Jasmine said, surprising me. "At least she can support herself." The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. "What's that supposed to mean?" Clint snapped. "Nothing, honey." Jasmine's eyes met mine briefly. "Just making conversation." Mom cleared her throat. "Lucy, about this month's contribution." "Excuse me." I stood up. "Bathroom." Instead of heading to the bathroom, I slipped out the front door. Imran was waiting in his car around the corner, just as we'd planned. "Ready?" he asked, holding out a pen. My hands shook slightly as I signed the final papers. "It's done. As of tomorrow morning, you'll be the legal owner of both the property and its debt." He hesitated. "Are you sure about this timing?" I thought about Mom's functional spinster comment about 12 years of similar cuts. "Yes, very sure." Back at the dinner table, Mom was in full performance mode. "Remember when Lucy was little and said she wanted to be a doctor?" She laughed, wine sloshing in her glass. "Thank goodness she settled for accounting. We'd never have managed without her contribution." "Speaking of," Dad began, but Clint interrupted. "Oh yeah, I meant to tell you guys. I borrowed some cash from the emergency fund for a client dinner last week. Just a few grand." Mom's face tightened. "Clint, honey, you should have asked." "Why?" He shrugged. "It's family money, right?" I nearly choked on my water. Family money. "Right." "Lucy," Mom turned to me, clearly eager to change the subject. "We need to discuss your living situation." "Here it comes. Your father and I have been thinking, perhaps it's time for you to find your own place." "What?" I kept my voice steady, even as my heart raced. "Well, with Clint and Jasmine getting married, they'll need more space, and you're always complaining about the mortgage payments." "So you're kicking me out?" "Don't be dramatic," Mom waved her hand. "We're simply suggesting it's time for a change. You have 10 days to make arrangements." The room went silent. Even Clint looked uncomfortable. 10 days, I repeated, after 12 years of paying your mortgage. "Now, Lucy," Dad started, but Mom cut him off. "If you're going to be difficult about this, we can make it 5 days." I stood up slowly, my chair scraping against the floor. "I need some air." "Don't be so sensitive," Clint called after me. "This is why you're still single." In my room, I locked the door and pulled out my phone. 3 missed calls from Cassandra, a text from Imran, papers filed, congratulations on your new property. A thin envelope slid under my door. Inside was a formal eviction notice, typed up on official-looking letterhead, signed by both my parents. My phone buzzed. Cassandra. "Hey," I answered quietly. It's happening. You okay? They just served me with eviction papers after I signed the final documents to buy their house. Poetic timing, Cassandra said. What are you going to do? Through my window, I could see Mom and Dad on the back deck, probably plotting their next move. Clint was showing Jasmine something on his phone, both of them laughing. I'm going to pack, I said, very slowly, very visibly. And then I'm going to let them think they've won, right up until they realize they've lost everything. Lucy, Cassandra hesitated. Are you sure you want to go through with this? From downstairs, I heard Mom's voice. Finally, we'll have our house back to ourselves. Yes, I said, my resolve hardening. I'm very sure. I opened my closet and pulled out a suitcase, making sure it made enough noise for them to hear downstairs. Let them think I was broken. Let them think I was leaving. In less than 24 hours, they'd learn what it felt like to be the ones without power. My phone buzzed with a text from Mom. Don't forget to leave your keys when you go. I smiled at the message. Oh, I'll be keeping my keys, I thought. After all, it's my house now. Your belongings will be on the lawn by noon, Mom announced, standing in my doorway as I folded clothes into boxes. We're having the locks changed tomorrow. Okay, I said quietly, continuing to pack. My apparent compliance seemed to irritate her more than resistance would have. That's it? Just okay? She stepped into my room. No drama? No tears? I shrugged, labeling a box with precise handwriting. Lucy's books. You know, she continued, this attitude of yours is exactly why we need you to leave. You've become so cold, so ungrateful. I placed another label on my desk lamp. Property of Lucy. What are you doing? Mom snapped. That's our lamp. Actually, I bought it, like most things in this room. I kept my voice neutral. I've been keeping receipts. Everything in this house belongs to your father and me. I smiled slightly, thinking of the document sitting in my office desk. We'll see. She stormed out, leaving me to my methodical packing. My phone buzzed with a text from Cassandra. Package arrived at the office. Time to make it official. On my way, I replied. At work, Cassandra was waiting with a thick envelope. Inside were the final property transfer documents, now officially recorded with the county. Congratulations, she said, handing me a coffee. You're a homeowner. They're throwing my stuff out at noon, I said, taking a sip. Little do they know they're the ones who'll be leaving. Cassandra paused. You sure you don't want to tell them now? Not yet. I want them to show their true colors first. My phone lit up with a call from Jasmine. Unusual. Hello? Lucy? Her voice was hushed. Can we meet? There's something you should know about Clint. 20 minutes later, I sat across from Jasmine at a quiet cafe. I found something, she said, pulling out her phone. Clint's been lying to everyone. She showed me a series of bank statements, large withdrawals, suspicious transfers. He lost $40,000 gambling, she explained. Your parents' emergency fund? He took it all. When? Last month. He said he was investing it for clients, but she twisted her engagement ring nervously. He was at the casino. I followed him one night. My phone buzzed, a text from Mom. Your father is putting your boxes on the lawn now. Don't make us call the police. They don't know, do they? I asked Jasmine. About the money? She shook her head. Clint made me promise not to tell, but after seeing how they're treating you... She hesitated. There's more. What? I overheard them talking about a second mortgage. They applied for it, using your information. My blood ran cold. They what? They used your social security number, your employment details. Since you've been paying the first mortgage, they thought... I was already dialing Imran's number. Identity theft, he said when I explained. This actually strengthens your position. We can add fraud charges if you want to pursue that route. Back at the house, my belongings were scattered across the front lawn. Mum stood in the doorway, arms crossed, while Dad and Clint carried out more boxes. "Your key," Mum demanded, holding out her hand. I reached into my pocket, fingers brushing past my key to touch the property transfer documents. Not yet, I thought. Soon. Here. I handed her the spare key I'd had made yesterday, keeping my real one hidden. "Finally," Clint said, dropping a box roughly. "Now we can have some peace around here." Peace? I couldn't help asking. Is that what you call emptying the emergency fund at the casino? His face went white. Jasmine, who had followed me back, stepped away from him. "What is she talking about?" Mom demanded. "Nothing," Clint stammered. "She's lying, like always." "Am I?" I picked up one of my boxes. "Interesting. Maybe we should discuss the second mortgage application too? The fraudulent one?" Dad dropped the box he was holding. Mom's face turned to stone. "Get off our property," she hissed. "Now!" I gathered my belongings into my car, watching them huddle together on the porch, whispering frantically. They thought they were winning, thought they were finally rid of their troublesome daughter who dared to ask questions about missing money. My phone buzzed, a message from Imran. "Everything's ready for tomorrow, are you?" I looked at my family one last time. Mom's satisfied smirk, Dad's averted eyes, Clint's nervous fidgeting, and Jasmine's quiet disgust. "Yes," I typed back. Time to show them what eviction really feels like. $40,000? Mom's voice echoed through the house. "How could you be so stupid?" I sat in my car across the street, watching the drama unfold through the living room windows. Jasmine had finally told them everything about Clint's gambling, and the fallout was spectacular. My phone buzzed, a text from Clint. "Thanks a lot, bitch. You ruined everything." I forwarded the message to Imran, adding it to our growing file of evidence. The fraud investigation into the second mortgage was already underway. "You okay?" Cassandra asked from the passenger seat. "Better than them." I nodded toward the house, where Mom was now throwing what appeared to be a photo frame at Clint. "They're planning his engagement party for tomorrow night. They don't know it'll be their last night in the house." "You're really going to do it during the party?" Poetic justice. They wanted to humiliate me in front of everyone. Let's see how they like it. My phone rang. Jasmine. "Lucy? They're trying to access your old accounts." "What?" "Your mom's on the phone with the bank right now, trying to use your social security number again. Something about an emergency loan." I was already dialing Imran. "On it," he said before I could speak. "I've flagged all attempts to use your information. They won't get far." Back in the house, Mom had moved from throwing things to making calls. Through the window, I could see her pacing, gesturing wildly with her free hand. "They're desperate," Cassandra observed. "No emergency fund, no more withdrawals from the Bank of Lucy, and no idea they're about to lose everything." My phone lit up with a series of notifications. Failed transfer attempts from multiple accounts. They were trying everything. "Should we stop them now?" Cassandra asked. "No, let them dig deeper. Every fraudulent attempt is more evidence." A new text from Mom. "We need to talk. Family emergency. Come home now. Home." The word hit differently now that I legally owned it. "Want me to come with you?" Cassandra offered. "No. I need to handle this part alone." Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Mom and Dad sat at the kitchen table, while Clint leaned against the counter, looking pale. "Finally," Mom said. "Sit down. We need your help." "With what?" "There's been a financial setback." Dad couldn't meet my eyes. "We need to access some emergency funds." "You mean my emergency funds?" "Family funds," Mom corrected sharply. "We've always been one financial unit. Until you threw me out." "That was different," she waved dismissively. "This is serious. Your brother made a mistake. A $40,000 mistake, I said, at the casino. Clint pushed off from the counter. You don't know what you're talking about. Really? Should we ask Jasmine? That traitor, he spat. She had no right to tell the truth. I stood up. Like how you had no right to steal $40,000? Or how you had no right to use my social security number for fraud? Mom's face went white. How did you know about the second mortgage application? I have my sources. I headed for the door. And no, I won't help you cover this up. Lucy, Dad called after me, please, we're family. I turned back one last time. Family? You kicked me out yesterday, remember? But tomorrow's my engagement party, Clint whined. We need to maintain appearances. Oh, don't worry, I smiled. Tomorrow night will be very memorable. Back in my car, I checked my phone. 3 more failed attempts to access my accounts. A text from Imran confirming all the legal paperwork was in order. And a message from Jasmine. They're planning to announce at the party that you had a mental breakdown and had to be institutionalized. That's their cover story for your absence. I forwarded the message to Imran. Still think I'm being too harsh? I texted. After seeing all this, he replied, I think you're being remarkably restrained. Through the window, I watched my family huddled around the kitchen table, probably plotting their next move. Mom was making more calls. Dad was writing something that looked like figures on paper. Clint was texting frantically. My phone buzzed one last time. A final confirmation from the county recorder's office. The property transfer was complete and irrevocable. Tomorrow night, during Clint's engagement party, in front of all their friends and relatives, they would learn what it truly meant to lose everything. Not through gambling or fraud, but through their own cruel choices. I touched the key in my pocket, my key to my house. Enjoy your last night, I whispered. Tomorrow, you'll know exactly how it feels to be thrown out of your home. The engagement party was in full swing when I walked through the front door. Conversations stopped mid-sentence as heads turned to stare. I wasn't supposed to be here. I was supposed to be having a mental breakdown somewhere far away. Lucy? Mom's wine glass froze halfway to her lips. What are you doing here? I live here, I said simply, Cassandra and Imran flanking me as we entered. 2 uniformed police officers and a lawyer followed close behind. Clint stepped forward, champagne in hand. No, you don't. We kicked you out, remember? Or are you really having a breakdown? Several guests shifted uncomfortably. Jasmine, standing near the fireplace, couldn't hide her small smile. Actually, I pulled out a folder. I think you'll find I'm exactly where I belong. What's going on? Dad approached, trying to keep his voice low. You're embarrassing us. Oh, we're way past embarrassment. I nodded to the lawyer, who stepped forward and began distributing documents. These are property transfer notices. As of yesterday, I am the legal owner of this house. The room went dead silent. What? Mom's voice cracked. That's impossible. Is it? I turned to address the room. Would anyone like to hear how my parents fraudulently used my social security number to apply for loans? Or how my brother gambled away $40,000 of stolen money? Or how they've been forcing me to pay their mortgage for 12 years while threatening to make me homeless? She's lying, Clint shouted, but Jasmine stepped forward. No, she's not. I saw the casino receipts, Clint. I saw everything. Mom's face twisted with rage. You ungrateful little... Mrs. Patterson, one of the officers interrupted, I suggest you choose your next words carefully. We're here investigating multiple counts of fraud and identity theft. This is ridiculous, Dad sputtered. We're her parents. Which makes the fraud worse, legally speaking, the lawyer noted dryly. I pulled out another document. This is a court order freezing all accounts connected to my social security number. No more emergency loans in my name. No more stealing my identity. Guests began quietly gathering their things, edging toward the door. The perfect family facade was crumbling in spectacular fashion. You can't do this, Mom whispered. This is our home. Not anymore. I bought the mortgage debt you defaulted on. Remember all those payments you missed while buying Clint watches and planning his honeymoon? The bank was happy to sell me the debt. And now? I gestured around the room. This is my house. You're bluffing. Clint stepped forward, but Jasmine caught his arm. She's not, Jasmine said. I saw the paperwork yesterday. It's over, Clint. But our engagement party. About that, Jasmine slipped off her ring. I don't think I want to marry someone who steals from his family and blames his sister for his gambling addiction. The ring hit the floor with a tiny clink that seemed to echo through the stunned silence. You have 24 hours to vacate the premises, the lawyer announced. Any belongings left behind will be considered abandoned property. You can't just throw us out, Mom's voice rose hysterically. We're your parents. We gave you everything. No, I corrected quietly. I gave you everything, and you took more, every month, every guilt trip, every manipulation. But now, I held up my key. Now I'm taking it back. Officer, Imran spoke up, would you please ensure everyone leaves the premises safely? Ms. Patterson has expressed concern about potential retaliation. Mom collapsed into a chair, mascara running down her cheeks. Dad stood frozen, looking lost. Clint paced the room like a caged animal. Lucy, please, Dad tried one last time. We can work something out. Like you worked something out when you threw me out? When you used my social security number? When you let Clint steal $40,000? I shook my head. The time for working things out is over. Guests hurried past me, avoiding eye contact. Jasmine paused at the door. I'm sorry, she said softly. I should have told you sooner about Clint. You told me when it mattered, I assured her. As the officers began clearing the house, I watched my family's perfect world implode. Mom's theatrical sobs had no audience. Dad's authority had no power. Clint's charm had no effect. 24 hours, I reminded them, as they were escorted out. And don't forget to leave your keys. Standing in the doorway of my house, finally, legally, irrevocably mine, I watched them walk down the driveway. 12 years of payments, 12 years of manipulation, 12 years of being the family ATM, all ending in one perfectly executed moment of justice. My phone buzzed. A text from Cassandra. You okay? I looked around at my empty house, feeling lighter than I had in years. Yes, I replied. For the first time in forever, I really am. The sunset painted the empty living room in shades of orange and gold. I sat on the floor, surrounded by boxes. Not my boxes this time, but theirs. They'd left in such a hurry, abandoning photos, trinkets, and memories in their wake. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. We're staying at the Holiday Inn. Please, Lucy, let's talk about this. I set the phone aside and picked up a family photo. We were all smiling, but now I could see the cracks beneath the surface, the tension in my shoulders, the possessive way Mom gripped my arm, the entitled tilt of Clint's chin. A knock at the door startled me. Jasmine stood on the porch, holding a small box. Hey, she said, I found some of your old things at Clint's apartment. Thought you might want them back. I invited her in, and she settled on the floor beside me. How are they? I asked, not sure why I cared. Clint's moving to California. Says he can't show his face here anymore. She picked up the family photo. Your mom's been calling everyone, trying to get them to convince you to reverse the property transfer. And Dad? Silent, like always. She paused. You know they're telling everyone you had a psychotic break and stole their house? I laughed, but there was no bitterness in it anymore. Of course they are. I set the record straight, showed people the casino receipts, the fraud documents. Most of them have blocked your family's numbers. Another knock. This time it was Cassandra with takeout and wine. Thought you could use company, she said, settling down with us. The fraud investigation is moving forward, by the way. The DA wants to press charges. Are you going to let them? Jasmine asked. I looked around the room at the space that had held so much pain and manipulation. No. Losing their house, their reputation, and their power over me is enough. Speaking of the house, Cassandra pulled out some papers. I brought paint samples. This place could use some color that isn't beige and gilt. We spread the samples across the floor, laughing at the names. Hopeful morning. Fresh start. New beginning. My phone buzzed again. Clint. I'm sorry. I know it doesn't fix anything, but I'm sorry. First genuine thing he's ever said to me, I mused, showing them the text. Too little, too late, Jasmine said, opening the wine. You know what's funny? I accepted a glass. For years, I thought I was paying for a home. But it wasn't a home. It was a prison. They weren't my family. They were my jailers. And now? Cassandra asked. I stood up and walked to the back deck, their favorite spot for family meetings and manipulations. The evening air was cool and clean. Now I'm free and I have a real family. I turned to them. You guys stood by me, told me the truth, helped me find my strength. Speaking of strength, Jasmine pulled something from her box. Look what I found. It was an old journal entry I'd written in high school. Sometimes I think the strongest thing you can do is walk away. But I'm not strong enough yet. Guess you finally were, Cassandra said softly. A car pulled into the driveway. Mom, Dad, and Clint emerged, looking smaller somehow. Last of our things, Dad called up, not meeting my eyes. I watched from the deck as they unloaded boxes. No demands, no guilt trips, no power. Need any help? I called down, surprising myself and them. No, Mom said stiffly. We can manage without you. We always could, you know. I know, I replied calmly. That's what makes this all so sad. They finished quickly, leaving their keys in the mailbox without another word. As their car pulled away, I felt no triumph, no revenge-fueled satisfaction, just peace. Back inside, Cassandra and Jasmine had started painting test squares on the living room wall. What do you think? Cassandra pointed to a warm, sunny yellow. It's called Fresh Dawn. Perfect, I said, picking up a brush. Let's paint over the past. We worked into the evening, covering beige walls with color, filling the space with laughter and truth instead of manipulation and lies. My phone stayed silent. No more guilt-tripping texts, no more demands, no more emotional blackmail. You know what this place needs? Jasmine stepped back, admiring our work. A housewarming party. A real one, with real friends and real love. I looked around at my home. Truly mine now, in every way that mattered. The walls were half-painted, boxes were everywhere, and nothing matched. But for the first time, it felt like freedom. Yes, I said, raising my wine glass. To real family, the ones we choose, not the ones who choose to use us. We clinked glasses as the last light faded, painting our way into a future that was finally, completely my own.